Shall we play a game?
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Yes. Bloody driver updates. Everything updated. Right. Well, that worked well, didn't it? Yes. But anyway, we're on TrainX today, and those were my dates for the UK. So if people want to meet up, if I know you, okay. If I don't, you have to convince me. Don't mind meeting people, but look forward to it, actually, with some people, but not everybody. So we've got some questions from people, but we're also going to play some trains, naturally enough. And the first question that got posted, so we've got some seed questions. And what I want you guys to do is ask me any other questions and we'll try and go through it. And that's why there's a whiteboard. Right, let's get rid of that. That's why that thing exists. And thank you for the contribution there, Jordan. Highly appreciated. Welcome, everyone, to the first TrainX where people will ask questions. I did get some seed questions from people, so they were on a post, and there's 3 of them. 2 of them are about brakes, and one of them is about pathing and how that works. The pathing, I'll tell you about how it works in a real railway, because I do actually know how it works in Train Sim World, because, you know, kind of associated, but it's secret source. So I can talk about it in general details, and I can talk to you about what happens, but I can't talk to you about how it actually works, because I'd get my ass kicked. But anyway, because it's proprietary. Brakes. So there's probably 4 different kinds of brakes. Let's go back to the little whitey board thing. So there's 2 categories, really. There's air and vacuum. There's actually one more. So we'll break that up. Steam. Steam brakes, really rare, but they are in the game in combination with vacuum brakes. So things like the 6P and the 8F and the Fowler in Train Sim World, they all have steam, but they also have vacuum brakes. Things like the 101, the DMU, not the DBBR 101. Air brakes everywhere. Probably the worst braking system is the London Underground one. London Underground is the worst. Then there's your typical USA lapped. Then there's the USA Auto. These also exist on things like the Class 66. So we might have a look at 66 because it's probably easy. The 66 not an auto. 66 is a different class again. And so we've got lapped autos. That'll probably do it. That'll probably do it. Otherwise, we're getting too complex. So let's have a look at some of those. We'll do that because the question, let me read through the question, was how does one read the brake gauges in game? I've been coached by the HUD over the year to refer to braking as an N percentage and to learn what the numbers and the gauges mean and how to use them. So yes. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at a modern computer one with a power brake controller or a commuter train. We'll have a look at a modern electric freight, and we'll grab the Vectron for that. An old-fashioned Westinghouse WebTech lapped brakes. So we'll for that one, might grab the SD40 on sand patch. I think that one works properly. I think the flow meter actually works on that one because it's important to see the flow meter. And vacuum brakes, we might do the 101. Now, the other brake question we had, and that one's from Real Lord Vectron, the other one was from Mark B, who said, what brakes apply brake pressure to what part of the train? Okay, so we'll have a look at that too. All right, yes, there is straight air rails of Illinois, but that is part of the lapped air brake system. Now, just to give you an idea of just how complex some of these things are, I know you won't be able to read this too well, but let me show you this thing. This is a driver's training aid for the AH6 automatic brake valve and the AS6 independent brake valve. These things go together in pairs, and there's a whole lot of different ones. But basically, and I'm not going to run through in this level of detail because it's just going to scare people, and I might get it wrong too, so I don't want to do it. But your handles normally sit in the running position on both. If you want to kick with a large amount of air, so that's actually supplying a lot of air through this port to the brake pipe, then you push it into release and bring it to running. You can't keep it in release very long because you'll overcharge your brakes. It's quite common. If you do overcharge your brakes, you have only one thing you can do. That. Dump all the air out. All right. So from running, then if you're going to be using the brakes, you'll go into service for a brief time, and then back to lap, which will hold that brake. Then you want a bit more brake, you go into service, and back to lap for a brief time. You would never stay in service very long unless you're actually planning on just stopping. So if you go into service and stay there, it's a very slow version of doing that. All right. Independent brake is similar, except that some of them have springs. So this particular one has a spring on the release section that'll push it back into running. So the independent brake, independent, only runs on your locomotive, unless you've got weird American locomotives, because the independent brakes do actually go through to connected locomotives. They also have a lap position in the middle. Some of them don't have a lap. They just have a running position, and they'll have multiple stages of release and multiple stages of application. So slow and fast application. So all the different handles. But anyway, let's get rid of that. And let's look at a train, because that's what we want to do, isn't it? We want to drive some trains. So, do we want timetable? No, we don't want timetable. We want to pick particular trains. Hey, my keyboard not in focus. There we go. That's better. To the trains. Train depot. Really wires pressing something on my keyboard. Let's have a look at the first kind of brake. And I think we'll jump into something modern commuter-ish. So, yeah, the 323 will do. It's on the start of the list. It'll be fine. Just make sure I... There we go. Birmingham Cross City. That'll do fine. 749. That'll also do fine. Weather doesn't matter. Let's go. Am I actually showing that? Hang on. No, we want to show that. We don't want to show the empty stream. Now, this one is a modern commuter train. No, it's good. Oops, it's believing the rail driver. I didn't even think I had the rail driver software running. Do I? Oh, it's using bloody native rail driver. The game's updated. Fuck's sake. Rail driver will be unpredictable and shit. That's okay. I forgot the game had updated. This thing's brakes, we have the power brake controller over here. And I think I might actually turn rail driver off, because for this purpose it's just going to be bloody annoying. And we will use a controller. I can untangle it from all of the extra wires I have running today, because I have an extra camera running today, which my little magnetic people have gotten tangled up in the wire. Good. Makes life easy. Right. Okay. Yes. Good. Right now, this brake is in a maximum application, and we look at these things, there's two needles on this one. You've got the master reservoir. Now, or master reservoir or main reservoir, depending on your train branding. This is common to all trains. Everything with air brakes has a main reservoir or a master reservoir. It's usually called the main reservoir in English style trains. So that's American trains, English trains, Australian trains, Indian trains, Turkish trains. Anybody that doesn't get their trains from Russia, basically. In Russia, it's called the master. The other one is the brake cylinder. This needle is telling you how much pressure is applied in the brake cylinder on this car only. The others follow it, but this car is the one that needle's for. And it's the same as if you're in with a locomotive. It always shows you what that one's doing. All right, let's close our doors, because I don't care about timetables on this one. And we will hopefully be able to release. All right, let's even more brakes. I want to go to brakes off. All right, there we go. Brakes off. So if we look, I'll try and keep both things in sync. So right now our power brake controller is off, and we're rolling towards a red signal. Good. But that's okay, because I'm about to do this. We want to go into brake 1. Now, brake 1, or step 1, as it's called in the English systems, this is an automatic air brake, so you don't have to lap it. It just applies a certain pressure. Rail says shout out to the Russians. I will catch up with the chat. Step 1 is applying, in this case, 1.5 bar of pressure. Now, you'll see brakes measured in bar. Modern ones, modern Aussie ones, you'll see in kilopascals, because we're metric, bloody French. And you'll also see pounds per square inch, which is what I use on the Heritage Railway. And pounds per square inch, you'll also find that on everything American. Bar is common in Europe. PSI or bar are easy to figure out. Kilopascals do my head in because the numbers are too big. But anyway, then we can go into step 2, and this one's applying 2.5 bar. So if you notice the difference there, step 1, 1.5. So just think of it as step 1 is 1 bar. Step 2 is 2 bar. And step 3 is 3 bar. And then if you go to that last one, emergency, it will dump the air brake pipe effectively. Although the brakes are a little bit different in this kind of thing. I don't know if you want to explain in that level of detail, but they're independently controlled on every car electronically. We've now got a maximum possible brake application in this train. Interestingly, this I think is actually wrong. If you come back from emergency, it steps down through the same things. And I think that's actually not right. I don't think it can actually work that way. Alright, so that's this kind of brake. In fact, what we might do is, if I put the traditional HUD on, that might help people too. So if we go options, settings, it's in accessibility, isn't it, the HUD type? There it is. Normal HUD, apply. Right, so if we do that again with the HUD on, you'll see what it says. So right now, let's go to brakes off. We can see the brake cylinder pressure dropping, and the main res is at 7, which matches the gauge. And then if we go back on, see the brake cylinder pressure showing 1.6, which is about the same as the gauge. 2.5 and about the same as the gauge. Notice the main reservoir is not changing during any of these. So if I release this now, what you should see, and I don't know if this is implemented right, what you should see is the main reservoir releases or reduces. And it doesn't, which is interesting. So it should actually reduce the main res pressure at that point until the compressor catches up and starts pumping it up again. Any questions on this kind of brake? Yes, these are electro-pneumatic and they are applied independently in every car on the train. So it doesn't wait for the brake pipe, if you get what I mean. So let's have a look at that. This is important. So if we go back with the little thing here, and we draw our train, let's just be really crude about this. Just draw a 3-car train. We're in here, and we apply the brakes to step 1. It will apply on each bogie instantly. It's very important. When we get to, and the reason it is because they are electronically controlled. So it's near enough to instant the same thing happens. I will show you what happens with air brakes as well. But let's at least drive the train one station. It's, won't be very exciting if we don't go anywhere, will it? Let's go to Barnt Green. So each train will drive it. Otherwise it'll get really uninteresting and I won't be able to catch up with your thoughts. This train's not very loud, is it? It's a quiet train. Is that better? That's better. Newberg says at least you're writing down what you didn't say. And yes, you got a bit of interpretive dance this morning. Very good. Am I right in thinking without paying any attention that we're about to head up the Licky Bank? This is the bank that would have given steam trains the shits. But it's still not that steep really, this bank. 2.3%, 2.9. Well, that's pretty good. 3%. Yeah, it's 1 in 30. Parts of it are as steep as my railway. Rail says, why do the wheels look like they're going to fall off when the handbrake's applied over the conventional independent brakes? They will not. The independent brake and the handbrakes do not act together. Although you can lock one of them with the other one. Just got to watch yourself there. So we'll go through all those sorts of things. Rail says it'd be interesting if any train simulation themed game had a feature where you can remove the brake handles. There is one. What Rail's just talking about is it's common prototypical practice. You wouldn't do it with this because it's there all the time, but in particularly in American style brake trains, Westinghouse, or Wabtec as it's called these days, it's common to remove the handles from the braking system and take them with you, or lock them into a compartment in the train, depending on your operator's way of doing things. On our railway, we the steam trains, we leave them, and because they're not removable, and in the diesel trains they are removable, they get locked into a box. Hello, Tez Thorne. How are you? Welcome. Melbourne Train Guy said, come on, you can only get to 10 mile an hour dragging steel up here. It's a little steep. Well, it's only a little bit steep. As we crest the top of the grade, we'll go to Bump Green. This is as far as we'll take this train. And then I'll talk about stopping it. And I will talk about the prototypical English practice for stopping this train. Way they're trained. Lord Vectron says, my understanding is electropneumatic apply brakes at the same time, so the VC pressure will be identical across the whole train. This is true, they are, but the gauge only represents what's happening in your car or your locomotive. It does not represent what's happening anywhere else. That will be much more important when we get to a train that's got a equalising reservoir, which we'll talk about shortly. But I thought we'd try the easy one first. Because after we've done this one, we're going to dive into a Vectron. And the Vectron is interesting because the Vectron has 4 braking systems. So we'll have a look at all of them. 5 if you count the parking brake. So many brakes. Alright, the prototypical English approach to this is they go into step 2, and if they need less brakes, they'll go back to step 1. But we want to stay on step 2 or we're going to overrun this. We might even want to go to step 3 or we'll overrun this because I started braking rather late. The reason they go to step 2 and then back to step 1 is in summer it wouldn't matter a damn. But in autumn and winter, where there could be leaves or detritus or snow and ice built up on the wheels, or on the braking faces anyway, going to step 2 will release that stuff and get rid of it. Alright, that's it for the 323. I'm good, Tez Thorne. We will do a Class 101, do the English one. But right now, we're going to go for some different braking systems, and we're going to go and look at a Vectron. Because the Vectron is the... I think probably the most complex of the German-style locomotives. So we'll have a look at the Vectron and what it does. Because the Vectron's got everything. Which Vectron will we run? No, Navigadrescent. Why not? Actually, no, I'm not going to go that far. I was going to say Colonarchan, of course. Yeah, no, 315. No, let's do that one where it's daylight. I was going to say we could do the Zwollgren-Ingen Vectron because it's actually got another system, but you know, I think what we're going to talk about on here is enough. It's going to break your head. All right, let's get this thing set up. I don't remember how. There is a brake key or a master key. Train brakes are cut out, so we'll talk about that in a minute. And that's really all we have to do on this one, I think. What have we got? Some freight. Freight with 2 rail pools. Ooh, magic. All right, there's not much other setup we have to do apart from turning on things like AFB and LZB and PZB, which I won't because this is the thing about brakes. Now, what do I mean about this thing's got lots of different braking systems? Let's cut the brakes in for a start. And if I hop back here, the first one is the parking brake. Now that one applies brakes on this locomotive and I believe the connected one. So we've got another locomotive out there. So if I sit back in the chair and have a look outside, it will apply the parking brake on both of them. Now the parking brake is a spring brake like a truck. It just holds on. Now the other thing about the Vectron that's a bit different to that 323 we were driving, you notice the Vectron's got brake shoes that are acting on the face of the wheel. So any train where you see a disc with these little holes, that's usually it's the brake face. So it's a disc brake like a car. And they have it on both sides. I'm not sure I can get in underneath and actually show you that, but it's on both sides of the wheel. The 323, I think, if I remember rightly, is different in that it's got a disc on the axle inside. Older trains will have brake shoes that act on the wheels themselves. So these carriages are that way. They've got a brake shoe that's pressing on the wheel. And because we haven't actually set the braking system up at the moment, it is actually braking. Now this one, you'll notice, does have a main res, an equalising res, and there's the brake cylinder and there's the brake pipe, are your four things on the HUD. So if we get back in here, because this thing wants to leave anyway, and we'll talk about what's in here. Now, before I cut the brakes in, and that means that I'm taking control of the braking system from any other locomotive in the train. Now we'll select our direction. The next braking system we'll talk about is the direct brake, or the straight brake, or the locomotive brakes. Let's just take this parking brake off. Just wait for it to release. That should be fine. I'm not going to do any safety systems today. So the next one is the direct brake. So if I release, this is applying, so we're already at maximum application, I think. So if we release the direct brake and take that as far down as we can, this one's telling us on the HUD that we still have brakes applied, which funnily enough we probably do. So if we go and have a quick look, actually let me do it on the 8 camera a bit quicker. So on this thing you won't be able to tell, but on the carriages we should still have the brakes applied, and we do. The brake blocks are still forced up against the wheel, because that only impacts the locomotive. Now, it's probably doing both locomotives because they're electrically connected. The next brake we have on this one is an electric brake. Now, this one has automatically blended brakes. I should have actually picked one of the ones that's got... Hello, Hentus Rail. Welcome. I should have picked one of the ones that's got separate brake levers, so we'll do that as well. But if we change our braking here, we'll just release it. So quick release and running. You'll notice that the brake system is changing, it's charging up. Are there even gauges on here? Yes, there are. So we can see the two gauges here. One is for the locomotive and the other one is for the train. And we can see our train brake pipe is at 5 bar. This one doesn't actually show us the main... Oh, it does show the main res up there, 9.2. So if we apply these brakes, which I should be able to do, because it's not moving, it's only going to do air. So you see it's now put 1 bar of air into the system. And did you notice that the... let's go into the screen. Did you notice that the brake pipe decreased? And we lost a little bit of air from the main res too, which is interesting because I wouldn't have thought you would. So if we apply again, come out of the screen and apply again, notice the brake cylinders going up, train brake pipes coming down. It's interesting that the main res is dropping because I wouldn't really think that would be a thing. So each step, it's doing the same things that we saw in the EMU. And on some German trains, the brakes are applied electrically across the carriages, and some of them they're not. Some of them it's just straight air. But we'll cover that when we talk about the American version. So as we just step through the brakes, it does that. Now, it's different when we're driving the train. So I'm going to release the brakes now, and I'm going to go all the way back to quick release. So it's pumping up the train brake pipe. And you notice how we're losing pressure on the main res? That will come back up shortly, because the compressor will start up at some point and it'll pump that back up. Looks like it's starting to do it now. So the brakes have released, and at some point that main res will come back up. So let's get some driving happening, and we're going to use this single brake handle again. Now all of this is automated. You don't need to think about what's going to happen. And once we get up to about, we've got green signals, don't we? Once we get up to about 25 kilometers an hour, I'll show you what happens when you're braking. So we're back up to 9.2. The compressor's still pumping up the main reservoir. There we go. It's pumped up the main reservoir now. The compressor should stop. Should stop any second now, but it's still pumping. Interesting. I'm not going to talk about the equalizing reservoir in this train because I can't demonstrate it to you. So I'll talk about it when we do the American ones. The Vectron's gone all the way up to 10 bar. Oh, dropping down again. Looks like the compressor's set to take it up to 10, which is fine. Now, if I start braking now, something different's going to happen. So if I go into same place, brake 2, we'll get some air brakes applying. I'm not sure if I'm going fast enough, actually. No, I think I'm not going fast enough. Alright, let's release those. And wait for those to release, and we'll put on some more power. Let's get up to a decent speed. So we'll just ignore the speed limit. I don't have PZB turned on, it won't hurt me. Let's take it up to 100k. Which with 2 Vectrons on the front of this very heavy freight train, it doesn't matter. We'll go straight up to 100k, no problem at all. And I'm going to want to be able to see both screens so we can see what happens here. Because we're going to look at 2 things happening. We're going to look at what's happening on this screen and what's happening over here. Alright, 100k, let's take the power off. Now, let me go into the first stage of braking now. We should see some electric braking. Or did I click that button before? There we go. I clicked the button on the top. You notice how we've got no air applied, but we're electrically braking the train, because we can see that we're actually making power. And if I increase that, you'll see still no brakes applied over here. But interestingly, this is a bug because it's dropped the brake pipe pressure, but that's not right because it's not actually doing anything with the brake pipe. See, not all implementations are good. And you'll see it's still doing what's electrically braking the train, or dynamically braking, if you like. And when we get down to a low enough speed, it will switch over to air. So I'll just leave the brakes applied now. We're in brake 3. At some point, this will go back to 0, and we'll see air brake apply over here. And I think we're probably about to see that. There you go. It's rolling back on the electric, and it's applied the brakes with air. So it's using, and the reason it does that, yes, there is a button. It normally is active by default. I accidentally pressed it before. So there's the electric brake blending. If you press that stupidly like I did, it will only use air. So the reason it uses the electric brake first is because it's minimizing the wear on the brake shoes. So though, if you remember what we looked at back outside, it's minimizing the wear on these surfaces, because these are usually a cast iron or a composite block running on a steel wheel. And if you use the electric brakes, you'll not have any friction. So it's just purely electric stopping you. I might jump into another German train, to be honest, and we'll have a look at one of those. Which one's got 4 brake handles? 101, I think. Have a look at the 101, not the expert. That thing scares me. Shouldn't say that. It's actually fun. Hello, Chaster Fox. So let's jump into a 101. The German one. Not that one. This one. 101 dB. That's the one. HHR will do fine, and we'll jump into it. Oh, we'll go into it in Frankfurt. Why not? And we want one that's in the daytime so we can see shit. And let's jump in. Lord Vectron says it minimizes brake wear but reduces lifespan of the expensive AC traction motor. Not really. Not really at all. Because it's not actually a wearing component. Unless they're, this is weird. Unless they're mistreated, traction motors won't normally wear out at all. There was some very weird coloration there. Ah, this is what we want. This one's got lots of brake handles. So, similarly, there is somewhere in here a park brake. Somewhere. Might be out the back. Might be in the other cab, I think. But there is one. Every train's got one. So, these ones do have a brake key. So we'll do that. We do have a direct brake, like on the other one. But we've also got our gauges with air. So we've got the main res is about 9.5 bar. We've got the train brake pipe, which is currently at 4.5 bar, which means we've got a light application on. And you can see here the cylinder in our locomotive. Now this one actually has 2, which is interesting. There's one for each bogie. Is sitting at 1.5. Let's pop our reverser in, if I can. Come on, where's the hotspot? There it is. And put that to forwards, funnily enough. Don't care about headlights or anything. Should unlock some doors. As it goes, Sturm. Alright, we have our direct brake, which applies brakes on the train. You can see the brake cylinder pressure going up there to the maximum of 4 bar. But did you notice the brake pipe didn't do anything? So that stayed on 4.5 bars because we've only increased the brake pressure in our locomotive. So if I release that now, it'll release down. Now in German locomotives, this is different to American ones, I want to say. In the German ones, it will release to whatever the train brake is set to do. In an American one, if you release the independent brake or what's called bailing off, so a Westinghouse system, it will actually release the locomotive brakes. That's the big difference between systems. We have an electric brake handle, which will do absolutely nothing currently, because we're not moving. Can't do anything, we're not moving. And we have got the normal brake handle, which this is blended or air. So if you disconnect the handles like I have, it will only do air now. So if I take that to the running position, you'll notice the train brake pipe goes up to 5 bar, and you'll notice that the pressure is releasing in the brake cylinders. It takes a little while, and it will take, depending on how long this train is, it could take anything from a few seconds to, you know, big American train, 10-15 minutes to actually release the train brake fully at the back of the train. American trains cheat. We'll go into that when we go to American trains. The really long ones do anyway. Once the levers are ganged back together, you can see what I mean by ganged, they're both moving together. So if I go into 1A, we put a little bit of air on because we're not moving. Go into 1B, a little bit more air because we're not moving. And so on. It's time to lock the doors.
Schließvorgang eingeleitet.
Alright, let's face forwards. Not putting on any safety systems, same as before. Do we have green signals? We have green signals. So we will release these brakes and we'll put a little bit of power on. I'm not going to bother with anything like AFB or anything like that. We'll just drive. And again, when it's safe enough, I'll get it up to about 100 k's. I don't even know what this train is. What is it? It's a passenger train. Good day. Hello, Gabs Photography, how are you? Brake handles are us, indeed. Sam says, will the HSP46 setup be free for the Providence Stoughton line? I don't have that answer as yet. So there is a gameplay pack coming that will not be free. That's paid. But I have asked, will the HSP46 be subbing in on Providence without that gameplay pack? So I haven't got an answer back yet. So we'll find out. I'm ignoring that we're speeding. I don't care. Sykes says, George, I think it moved. That's the sign, Jerry. Uh-oh. Gab is all right at this time of the morning. It's very good. Now I'm going to use the two brakes independently first up. Actually, no, I won't. I'll use them together first up. I changed my mind. Streamer's prerogative. And we'll see what happens. So my expectation is this will be like the Vectron. When I use both brake handles, it will automatically electrically brake prior to it prior to applying air. So if I go onto the brake step 1A, yep, it's done nothing on the train brake pipe with the air. But do you notice here? We're generating power. Same with brake 2. But we did get a small reduction in the train brake pipe then, but nothing on the cylinders, which is interesting. So another small reduction on the train brake pipe. So we're seeing bugs here, basically, because it would be applying. So I reckon that will apply more air very soon when it gets down to the speed. Now, it may not be a bug because it might have actually applied slight air braking on the train while it's electrically braking the locomotive, for smoothness and keeping the train stretched out is quite possible. There we go, it's applied an air brake. After we stopped, it applied the air brake. So if I release this one, and let's get it moving again. Just wait for it to release a bit more. Generally, German trains, once they get down below 2 bar, you can start applying power. Before that, you can't. Alright, let's get this moving again, and this time we're going to use just the electric brake lever. What I'm not sure about is, can we actually cut out the electric brakes in this locomotive? Yes, we can. Alright, so let's stop accelerating. And let's just apply the electric brake by itself. Yeah, so what I was saying before, it probably was applying a slight air brake in the carriages, but not on the locomotive. Because notice when I use just the electric brake handle, it's braking the loco, but there's no braking happening in the train. So this is just the locomotive. And it's still going to slow us down, but not as fast as air as well. So if I put that back, and if I go up back here, and I don't actually know if this works, I've never tried it. Yeah, PN. Alright. What happens if I apply the combined handle now? Yeah, so I've turned off the electric braking, so it's just using air. It's gone onto pneumatic braking. So that covers, I think, this kind of braking. So it's blended braking. And there are some American trains with blended braking as well. The San Bernardino HSP46 does it. Is it HSP46? The Halal Snack Pack 46. So let's go and have a look at another braking system. This time we're going to go to air. And I think we might use, I think the SD40 is probably a good one from, actually, you know what might be a good one? The Caltrain SD40. I think that one, the gauges work properly. Let's have a look. Maybe it's an SD42. Maybe it's one of those. Ah, there we go. Cane Creek, Sherman Hill. I particularly want the UP one. Let's try it the other way. Choose a route. Do I not have it installed, maybe? Peninsula Corridor. No, I do. Timetable, standard. Oh, it's a GP38. Okay, let's jump into that one then. You'll do fine. I think there's one particular gauge I want to show you that it doesn't work on all the American locos. Has this one even got one? No, it's not this one because it hasn't got it. All right, let's go. I think the Sandpatch one has got it, so we'll jump on the Sandpatch one. Actually, the Clinchfield one's got it too. Sam, yes, I did see your comments, but we're doing a few things. So let's go back to the one that I thought of. Actually, the Canadian one's got it. I think the Canadian one actually does have it. Let's jump into this. Ah, yes, the modded one. I thought I'd gotten rid of all my mods, actually. Clearly I haven't. That's okay. I still have one. That's fine. It's interesting it's now purple across the bottom. When did that happen? It does have it, does it? No? Yes? No? No, actually it doesn't have it. That's fine. Doesn't have the gauge that I wanted to show you, but that's fine. We'll use this one. We're in handle off. We're in release. Hope this doesn't blow the PCS. Let's gently bring this down so we don't blow the PCS. Now this one is a auto brake because we are in lead or dead, which is exactly what we want. Are we on a hill? I hope not, because we'll roll. Alright, I've just gotten it into the neutral-most position, if you like, where the brakes are actually released. And let's have a look at the gauges. On this one, we have the main reservoir, which is the reservoir that is supplying the train, and you can hear the compressor running at the moment going... That's pumping that up, and we should hear that stop. There we go, that little hiss. And it stopped. It's dropping back a little. We've got the white needle is the equalizing reservoir. This is the one you watch as a driver when you're actually applying the brakes, and I'll explain why in a moment. Then we've got the brake cylinder, which is the brake cylinders on this locomotive, and it's usually only one cylinder on one bogie. This one is the brake pipe. So this is all in pounds per square inch, and I'll run through it all in a moment. This one's representing what we're telling the rest of the train to do. Because this is an old train, I can guarantee you there's no electrical connections, so we don't need to look at that. This one also has some additional ones. So we have controlling system. So it's a different way of applying the brakes. And if we look outside, we should have two connections. Except we don't even have a train. Okay. We'll ignore that gauge for the moment because we don't have a train. But it's for applying the brakes elsewhere. So if I put my reverser in, where are we going to be able to go here? Probably nowhere. But we can just apply the brakes anyway because we don't actually need to move on this one, which is the cool thing. So I'll start with the independent brake. If I just apply that, let's say a little bit, we should have seen the brake cylinder pressure go up. We haven't yet. There we go, it just wasn't doing it enough. So there's about the minimum sort of application. It's about 10 pounds on this thing. So this is only affecting my locomotive. The brakes on the other locomotives shouldn't be going on. And we'll just go and have a look and we'll make sure of that. I'll have to go over this side. Okay, I lied. It has actually applied the brakes in the other locomotive. That's interesting. So they're electrically connected. If I uncouple them, that'll stop. So it looks like in this particular lash up, this is applying it on all of them, which is interesting. Let's see if it applied it on the back one as well. Yeah, it has. So on this lash up, they're connected. So if I release the independent brake now, we'll see that go back down to 0. So this is not actually going to do anything different because these locos are connected. But anyway, that's fine. If I start applying this one, I'll do initial reduction, you'll notice a few things happened then that were different. First up, as the same thing, what we saw is roughly a 20-pound application. And we saw our equalising reservoir drop to 80 pounds. We saw our main reservoir briefly dipped and has started to pump back up. And we saw the train brake pipe, and we're going to ignore that right-hand gauge, the train brake pipe has also dropped to 80 pounds. Now, what happened there is the first thing that happened was the equalising reservoir dropped that 10 pounds. Then the brake cylinder or the brake system in this locomotive started to react, and it's done a 20-pound application. And I'll explain that in a moment, why it's different, why it's double. And following that, the train brake pipe also dropped, which will have applied the brakes in the train behind us gradually through the train. Now that's worth going back to this thing, because if we actually had a train on the brake, and we've got a nice long train, this game doesn't really simulate this, and we've got a locomotive. The brakes will apply here first, then here, 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 then here. In a long train, it could actually be several minutes for this to travel through the train. So you've probably seen these 2 mile long trains and even longer running in America. It can literally take minutes to get to the back of the train, except they cheat. And I don't know if you want to talk to me, if you want me to talk about the cheating. I probably will. The cheating is when you have distributed powers. You have other locomotives in the back of the train, because this one will tell this one to put the brakes on as well. So this one will start applying here, this one will start applying here, so it speeds it up. Same thing happens when they release. They talk to each other. So when the train brakes start to release, it releases in the back and works its way back towards the front of the train. Sorry, it's the other way around. It starts in the front, works its way towards the back, and it can still be a couple of minutes before it happens. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm trying to keep this really simple, so the stuff I'm telling is not 100% right, but I'm trying to keep it really simple. There is a game that simulates it properly. It's called Run 8. Bizarrely enough, Trains actually does a very good job of simulating it too, even though Trains doesn't really do air brakes properly, which is weird. But anyway, that's fine. Let me just release this brake, because we want to watch some stuff happen. So you'll notice 3 things are happening there. Actually 4, I suppose. The main reservoir pressure dropped, and it dropped because it was used to pump up the equalising reservoir. That then triggered the train brake pipe to start pumping back up, which used more air from the main res, and the compressor's been replenishing that, so it's almost back up to, yep, it's just finished now, so it's back up to 140. And the brake cylinder in our locomotive released. So all those things happened just because I released that handle, but they're all driven by the equalising reservoir. So when you brake, and I'll just pop it on again, minimum application. When you brake, it's this needle that you watch, because that's the one that's telling you how much brakes are going to apply. If you watch how much brakes are applying, you'll come undone very quickly, because you will over brake. You will over apply the brakes. Now, what do I mean by that? If you're watching this needle, this is the last thing that happens, is the brakes applying. And if you wait for that to get to, say, 20, you'll actually end up with about a 40-pound application, when you only wanted a small application. Does that make sense? You watch this one. This is the one that's controlling it. So if I release it again, I'll wait for everything to happen. Wait for the main res to pump back up while it's pumping up the other locomotives. So I'm watching the left-hand red needle. Notice how long that's taking? And this is why it's said that you can piss away your air, because it takes a long time to recharge the train. So it's still pumping up the brake pipe, even though it says the brake pipe's at 90. At the back of the train, it's probably not. At the back of the train, it's taking time. Now, this one's only 3 locomotives lashed together, so it wouldn't really take all that long. But can. So I'm going to do three changes to the brakes now. So I'm going to do the first one, which will do 10, and then I'll do another one, and another one, and another one. So the equalising reservoirs dropped to about 70 pounds, and we've ended up with about 40 pounds in the brake pipe, on the train cylinder, and our train brake pipe has now matched the equalising, which is what we expect. Why do you think the brakes actually apply much more than the pressure I took out? So I took out roughly 20 pounds out of this system, and we've got an application of 40 pounds. And that's one of the secrets of the Westinghouse brake system. That's not really a secret. In every carriage and every locomotive, there's another reservoir that we haven't talked about. It's called the auxiliary reservoir. And it's what actually applies the brakes. Because if you're thinking about it, we're taking air out of this system. It's reducing the train brake pipe pressure. The auxiliary reservoir is pushing air into the brake cylinders, and it's triggered by the reduction in the brake pipe pressure. I'm not going to go into how, because that's actually quite a complex topic, and I think it'll melt your heads. I'd probably get it right, but it would take a little while to explain. It's like a 6-hour class to understand how that happens. Now, one of the things that's really important is to note that the brake cylinder applies in proportion to the change you make in the brake pipe pressure or the auxiliary reservoir pressure. And what I mean by that is we took out 20, but we got 40. And yes, Illinois, I know it was probably 18. There you go. There's a compressor starting up for no readily apparent reason. The brakes will apply at double the pressure that's taken out. I think it's actually 2.5 times from memory. And it's Boyle's law. We don't need to get too far into that. Basically, it's to do with the size of the openings and the size of the reservoir itself and the size of the brake cylinder. But it's designed so that you get 2 to 2.5 times the pressure in the brake cylinder of what you took out. And that discussion I had before of pissing away the air, what happens is when you equalize the braking system, you can't brake anymore. So we're approaching it now. You notice how the brake cylinder and the brake pipe have now equalized on that center gauge. The game actually gets this wrong. The game will let me apply more brakes at this point. But in reality, you can't. Even though you've got air in the system, you have now lost your brakes. You cannot brake any more than this. It's not physically possible. If you dump the air in the train, go into emergency, it still cannot actually brake any more because you've equalized the system. So you can't brake more. Which is why I think there's a documentary about the train that ran away going down to San Bernardino. And once the point he equalized it, he still goes into emergency, but absolutely nothing happens. And that's because even though it dropped the brake pipe, you still can't actually brake any more than you already were. And he was already at the point that his brake blocks were melting. So he couldn't actually do anything else. So if I put that back to release, we'll pump the system back up to normal. This is probably the most complex of the braking systems we have to deal with, so are there any questions over that? If not, we should probably drive. Oh look, there's my little commuter train coming in over there. Isn't that nice? We're just going to assume all the points are set correctly for us and that we're going in the right direction. So I want to show you one other thing on here. If I do a brake application, you can see the brake needle's gone up. We have indeed applied the brakes. If I then bail off the independent brake, which is something unique to the Westinghouse system, I no longer have brakes on my lead locomotive, and it might have bailed them off on all of them. Let's go and have a look. Because it feels like we're not braking anymore. It actually has. It's bailed off all of them, so even though my train brake pipe is telling me we've got brakes applied, we actually don't. Nothing at all. Alright, I think that covers this kind of braking system. Yes, Rails has pointed out that the engineer of that train applied don't-need brakes and overcalculated his train tonnage. He didn't overcalculate his train tonnage, he didn't know that half his locomotives weren't working. But anyway, that's a different story. Are there any questions on the Westinghouse type of braking system? Because I think now we should probably go off to a much, much simpler system. I did just cover bail off. We don't have a train on the back. Let me get on one that's got a train on the back. And I'll show what it's for. Let me get on to... do one on Cajon. That'll be a good one. Jab says, anyone having trouble with TSW5 on console? What trouble are you having, Jab? Let me just catch up with the chat as well. Sam had to run away. Bye, Sam. Sykes says, no train, no problem. I will eat you likes West Coast Mainline over Shap. Yes, so do I. You can observe the brake shoes, pistons and rods. Indeed you can, but they don't all animate, so I haven't been. Lord Vectron says, I wonder if US installed ENP would be cheaper in the long term versus adding locos and fuel. So if they went to electrics, yes. Let's jump into... we could do Thomas, because Thomas has the worst braking system on the planet. Let's go into Cajon. And we'll do it with a train on the back. So... actually, let's stick with the simple locomotive, rather than getting into one of the complex ones. Local service to San Bernardino, so we should already have a train on the back on this one. Rail says, why does a train lean forward when you apply the brakes? It doesn't. What happens in a real train is the train starts to slow down, and if you're standing up or sitting, you will start to move because you're moving and the train hasn't slowed you down. And then your muscles react. Ooh, this one's got a flow meter. Now, do we have a train on the back? Excellent, we do. All right, let's have a look at what bail off is actually for. Where are we? In handle off. Good. The handle off position is where you can lift the handle out of the thing. See how there's a notch there? That's why it's called handle off. So we will cut in for freight and we'll release the train brake. And we will set that to lead. And we'll let our braking system do its thing. You can see that this is called the flow meter, and it's crap on this locomotive. It is not actually working, because it would be up around there somewhere. Reality. While it pumped up the pipe. Now if I go down to the back of this train, let's see if there's a thread on the back. Oh, that's where we are here. I'm stuck. Well, here's a thread. Fantastic. And does it give me pressure? No! Balls. You can tell the brakes have released in the back though, because we're rolling. So, if I now start forwards, shouldn't do this when you're rolling backwards, but we will. It'll take up the slack. It's doing horrible things to the couplers right now, but that's fine. Let's get some speed up, and I'll show you what bail off's for. Now let's just check our path out of the yard. think it will take over from there. Don't think I need to do anything after that. No, that looks... No, it's fine. It's on automatic after that. I don't care about the speed, because I want to show you what the brakes are for. Psych, we haven't talked about dynamics yet. Calm down, sunshine. We will talk about dynamic brakes. That's a good point before we leave the American locomotives. We'll do a couple of things with bail off. The first thing I'm going to talk about is keeping your train stretched. So let's say now as a train engineer I realised I'm going way too fast for these points and I need to slow down. I might apply a brake application and you'll see that it's happening, the equalising bail's dropping down, brake pipe's dropping down, cylinders applying, but I want to keep my train stretched out, so I'm going to bail off my locomotive. And it's releasing the brakes on my locomotive. But if I go outside, so the locos have now released, but these carriages will still have their brakes applied, so we are still slowing down. And the reason you do that is to keep your couplers stretched out, because it minimises this action, because that's what breaks couplers. And you want to keep your train stretched as much as you can. And in passenger trains, it's important for the comfort of the passengers because they're not getting banged around. But it's also important for the couplers. And on long freight trains, you can actually break a coupler by overstressing it. So the other reason, as Psych did mention, is if we're getting dynamic brakes. So let's power this one off and let's put our dynamic brakes into setup. Oops, setup, and we'll just wait for them to wake up. I might not have enough speed for this because I think the train will stop. But if I start putting my dynamic brakes on, which is electric braking, it's only braking the locomotives, and in this train it will brake all three locomotives because all three have dynamic brakes. You can see they're all the same one. You can see we are starting to do it here, so it's remember what it did on the German train. Now, interestingly, if I apply the train brake, just do an initial reduction, the dynamic brake should actually cut out. I don't know if this loco's going to do it. Interestingly, this loco doesn't do it. This loco's letting you keep the dynamics on. Oh no, there they go. I had to do a much heavier application. And if I now bail off the loco brakes, we're going to stop before it happens. Yeah, I needed to do a heavier application on this particular loco. But the dynamic brakes would now come back on. So let's do that again with more speed, so you can see it properly. Just wait for our brake system to charge. It's going to notch 1. Just start stretching the train out while it's charging up the vac. I wonder if that thread's working now that we've actually moved, now that it knows we're a train. No. Normally these things actually tell you what the brake pressure is here, which would have been handy, but it's not going to happen. This is a fairly short train. We should have released the brakes all the way along the train by now, so let's notch up and get us moving. We go to the back, is it moving? Yeah, it is, so the brakes are released everywhere. Let's do a really rude thing. You'd never do this in reality and go straight to notch 8 because I want to build up some decent speed. Even though we've got a yellow signal coming up. I don't care. Don't care. This train's louder. I'm just going to turn it down a little bit. Just so you can hear me talking over it. Because this is an important concept to get right. This is how you get down Cajon Pass, for example. Yes, I'm talking. Get the front. I'm talking, you watch. Alright, we've got some decent speed up now, so I will notch off and be really rude and go into setup straight away. You should wait 10 seconds so you don't blow anything up. I don't care about blowing the horn, that's not why we're here. Now let's go into dynamic braking. So you can see that's starting to happen. We've got some dynamics happening. We've started to generate power effectively. And then I apply a reduction on the train brake pipe. We'll go for that. And we should see dynamics go back to 0. Should. If this works. If it doesn't have bugs. It's thinking about it. It's not actually doing it, but it's thinking about it. Now, I have a faint suspicion this locomotive's not scripted properly, because they should have gone back to 0. We may have to do it in a proper train, you know that? Yes, I think we will. Let's do it in a proper train. Let's do it in a big one. In one that's actually going to work properly and do what I want. Isn't this fun? Yes. We'll do it with Thomas the Tank Engine. No, we won't. We're going to do it with an ES44C4. Cahoon Pass. Anything will do that's during the day. Go. Ooh, all my chat just disappeared. I've only got rails. Okay. Weird. I'm going to turn and put the brakes on this one because they're cut out. So we go into more options, operator controls, brake lead, brake cut in. Back. There we go, and that'll pump our brakes up. Where are we in here? We are released, and we are released, and it does have the bail off position on this one, which is good. Gen field on, forwards, we don't care about anything else. Should put some headlights on, I suppose, you know, because someone will get mad at me if I don't. We are in fact already starting to roll because we're on a down gradient. Alright, let's start it moving then. We've got a green signal, we do have a green signal. We're going to Barstow, so we're going straight out. Fantastic. We've got a decent sized train, so this will be a good demonstration model. So let's get it up to a decent speed, about 20 mile an hour will do for this, I think. You would never actually notch up like this. Again, this is a noisy one. Turn it back down so we can hear each other think. It's still pretty high, isn't it? It's still very high. Let's bring it down a bit more. Right, now we can hear each other think again. Good. We'll just get this up to a decent speed, and we'll show what's happening. Now, this one, of course, doesn't have the traditional analog gauges. We've got digital gauges, so if we have a look at those first. And on this one, we do actually know what the pressure is at the rear of the train. So you notice the brake pipe's at 89 and the rear's at 83. If we go up the back of the train, we've got a locomotive up here, which will not have a thread. But we should, on the right side, be able to see what it says in here. So we've got a brake pipe of 83 back here. So the brakes are released, but it's not fully pumped up. Remember what I said about it could take ages to pump the thing up? So we've got 90 on the front, we've got 83 on the back. So it's still pumping it up. And notice each rear says 90. So the locos are talking to each other. So if we come back up here, we've got 24 mile an hour. It's probably enough. Oh, actually, we're going uphill. I'll build up some more. Build up some more speed, because if I don't, we'll stop too quickly, because we're going up quite a heavy gradient. You'd never notch up like that in a freight train. You just wouldn't. Let's get the train off that gradient. Because even though the loco's off, the train's not off at the back. And we'll do a gratuitous bridge shot while we wait, of course. Has anybody else noticed that since the update, the lighting and shadows are different? Not much. It's very subtle. There we go. Steam screenshot. That'll do. It's interesting how some bits of the trains reflect and other bits don't. We've got most of our train off that gradient now. No, back's still going up it. We can probably do what I wanted to do though. Let's go have a look at that back locomotive. Whoops. Have you finished pumping up? No, you're still going in the back. Still not there yet. That's fine. Alright, we've started on a down gradient, which is actually brilliant. So let's start notching down. And we'll give that a few seconds for the revs to drop. And for it to stop making power. So you can see it's still making power. You can see there's an effort up here. It's got 9, 2. We've almost stopped making power now. This is why you have to wait, because if you don't, you basically shunt your generator and you'll bugger it. Alright, let's go into dynamic brake setup. Wait a few moments. Back of our train's still going uphill, so we are starting to lose some speed now. Let's go into dynamic braking 2. That'll be enough. And what we'll see is this number here, this effort number will go up, but it'll be yellow. So that is starting to brake the train, and that's the locomotives are doing that. If we have a look at the one at the back, I didn't put on banking comm, so it shouldn't be doing it, and it's not. So that's good, because I deliberately didn't turn on banking comm, because that would just confuse it more. And if I now apply a bit of an application here, what you'll see how the effort's dropping to 0? So you can see the dynamics have now cut out. Imagine if you're going down Cajon Pass, you're now running away. If I bail that off, so I bail the brake cylinder back to 0, what we should see is the effort starting to go up. There it goes. So the dynamics have come back on. So what I've done is I've taken the brakes off the locomotive so that the dynamic braking system will actually work. Does that make sense? Bradley's probably sleeping, I will eat you. So that's what bail off's for. Now if we look up the back, we've got 80 on the brake pipe here. Are we braking on the back? We've got 81. So yes, we are braking. Now if I release, let's knock off the dynamics and release these as well. Almost instantly our equalizing reservoir went back to 90. Our brake pipe is pumping up. Our main has dropped a little bit, but it's pumping the brake pipe. Brakes will be starting to release, but up the back you can hear it and see it that they're actually still applied. So we're still slowing down. There we go. Brake pipe pressure's now starting to come back up. When it gets to about 83 or 84, the brakes will release and you'll stop hearing them squealing. You notice we're not slowing down as much anymore? It's because the brakes are actually releasing along the train. There you go. Started speeding up again. So it can take quite a long time for a long train for the brakes to take effect all the way along it. even in a modern one where you've got locos talking to each other. So I think that covers enough of the Westinghouse system. So let's jump out of here, because the what was the next one I was going to talk about? Vacuum brakes. That's right. Vacuum brakes. Let's jump into a British 101 and talk about vacuum brakes. Lord Vectron says, I'm genuinely impressed the dials and gauges on the other trains are simulated. Look, they mostly are, and a lot of them are right, but a lot of them are just a little bit sad as well. So let's jump into... We might do a Bakerloo as well, because they're really weird. They're totally weird in the way they work. Good old-fashioned Tees Valley. Now, let's jump into Shap. Preston, Carlisle. Yeah, military, whatever. Lancaster to Morecambe, very good. It's a short one. We might do the whole thing. Why not? So, this is the second last brake system I'm going to show you today. And note I'm not going into a lot of depth with these, and it's quite deliberate. These ones are vacuum brakes, and they are the opposite. Oh god, this is going to be a nightmare without a rail driver. I didn't think about that. I can't run the rail driver at the moment because... What did I turn safety systems on for? I'm a butthead. But that's okay. Turn on safety systems. Why not? Okay. This is our driver's brake handle. Let's get some doors open first. So on this one we've got throttle, a gearbox like a bus or a truck, and we've got our driver's brake valve, and we've also got an emergency valve over here. We'll talk about that in a moment. And we've got a handbrake. This system does not use the concept of a main reservoir, equalizing reservoir, auxiliary reservoir, etc. This one is the opposite system. This one draws vacuum. So right now there is no vacuum at all in the train pipe. So the brakes are on, because the brakes are on when the vacuum is destroyed. So the brakes apply by themselves when the vacuum is removed. The vacuum takes the brakes off, if you like. So on this one, we've got lap in the middle. We've got apply on this side, but we can't apply anymore because we're already fully applied because we have destroyed the vacuum. On this side, to release, we're going to have to make some vacuum. See how the train pipe's starting to go up? It's measured in something of mercury, millimeters of mercury, inches of mercury, that's it. Inches of mercury in vacuum, which is a weird concept. So if you take it right up there, our brakes are now off and our train will roll even though the doors are open. And then we can destroy the vacuum and make our train stop again. I've never noticed that light works before. Alright, forwards. First gear. This is going to be a nightmare without a... put into release. And let's get some throttle on so we get moving. "2 miles to Bear Lady." That's what it said, wasn't it? Prime Mover Rail fan says, "A train's real. I haven't touched grass in a year." No, they're not real, mate. They're imaginary. Lord Vectron isn't playing a game since late May. Refused to play it till the 86 is out. I'm going to hold my breath. Good luck, mate. Lord Vectron says, "I assume this is like suspension. It's only the train you're controlling." Yes. What happened to my rail driver? I use the Cobra mod, which copies its own file in over the rail driver file. And the when the game updated, it replaced that file, and I haven't put it back yet, and I have to stop the game to do that. That's all. So at the moment, the Cobra mod can't work, and the rail driver would be a jittery mess like it is without the Cobra mod. Now, with a vacuum braking system, you have two choices about where you keep the thing. Grit shot or sprint shot? Of course. But I want to build up some speed before I talk about that too much. You can either keep your valve in released, and I've seen both with drivers driving these things, or you can keep it in lap. So I've definitely seen both. Alright, let's get that off. Let's get into fourth gear and get some juice on again. And we're 1.5 miles from Bear Lane. And we've got a red signal before we get to Bear Lane. Not surprising. Alright, let's drop that back to 0. And we're going to come round into lap. Nothing will happen yet. Nothing at all. So that's why I say you can either keep it in lap or you can keep it in release. And I've seen both drivers doing both things. So if I want to slow the train down a little bit, I destroy a little bit of vacuum and then go back to lap, and we'll start slowing down. If I want to slow the train down a lot because we've got a red signal coming, I can destroy a bit more vacuum. And you notice it has a fairly immediate impact. We started slowing down. If I think I'm slowing down too much, I can release it. And as the system creates the vacuum again, note I don't say pumping up like we did with air brakes, it's creating a vacuum. The vacuum is not having any air. I think the signal will clear by itself from memory, but we want to stop for it. So we'll take it down to about 10 inches of vacuum or so, and it's drifting back up again, because I wasn't quite on lap then. Yep, it has cleared, so we can release the brakes. And you'll see the vacuum has gone back up again. And this is being a bit mean to this thing, because I should really do this in third gear. But we're going to throttle up in fourth gear, which would probably make my gearbox launch itself into space in reality. But we're in a game, so who cares? So, interestingly enough, vacuum is probably the simplest brake system to understand, because what you do has a direct impact immediately on the train. There's nothing between you and the brake cylinders. You're controlling it completely with your vacuum. So the brakes are actually applied by springs, interestingly enough. We'll take this one to Bear Lane, and we'll stop in Bear Lane. And I am speeding, so let's just control our speed just a little. And the cool thing about vacuum brakes is you can mess with them. You can release them a little, apply them a little, release them a lot, apply them a lot. Mixtures of that. You can go back and forth. You won't hurt anything. You won't build up any gradients. It won't bite you like it will with air brakes. Signal maintainer George there by the box. So if you just want to just control your speed a little, you just have a little bit of vacuum. And I'm letting that gradually drift back off again. Well, I'm going to want to slow down now because we've got points. So we'll slow down a lot, and then I'll let it gradually drift off again, so that we don't actually stop. So it's an immediate action, the vacuum brakes. I quite like them. Prime says, I've not had that issue with the Cobra 1 interface from TSW update, since it works just fine from every time there was one. This update replaced the pyhid.dll with a new version, so it's probably not working now, Prime Mover. Depends on the update. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. I also switch branches a lot, so when I do that, it can have an effect. See, and I can do a nice gradual slowdown. I didn't do too well on that because I'm using the mouse, but you can have a nice gradual slowdown, and then you can release the brakes a little as you come to a stand, just to give people a comfortable stop. So instead of going, you'll just pull up and gradually release the brakes as you stop. All right, I have one more braking system that's related to vacuum brakes. And we're going to go to a steam engine now. I think the 8F is probably the best example of this. So let's have a look at the 8F. Do we have any new questions coming up? Because, you meant to ask questions today. I do have another one to do about pathing, which we will use the map for in just a moment. Might have to print something for that, actually. I didn't do that. I should. Right. Actually, I can go and grab something. It's fine. So we want to get into the 8F. Peak Forest one will be fine. Oh, let's do it on the West Somerset. Why not? Such a nice place to run a steam train. Stock move at Bishop's Lydiard. You all right? Now, have we actually got a train in here? No, we don't have a train. That's all right. Because the thing I need to show you in here is the steam brake, which is now fully applied, and our vacuum brakes are on. Let's just start creating some vacuum. The large ejector closed. I want the small ejector open. And I'm going to release the brakes. Hello, shovels. How you doing? So we have our brakes are now off because this has another brake. It has a steam brake as well. Now this is only braking the locomotive, so this is an independent brake. And it gradually releases. So if you put the vacuum brakes on, the steam brake is forced on because it's following this cam here. So as I've put the vacuum brake on a little bit up there, it's forced my steam brake on as well. But you can do them separately, so let's... I wonder if our points are set. Do you reckon they're set? Yeah, they seem to be. So I can use my steam brake now to stop the train. It will even stop it against the regulator. So it's quite a powerful brake. And make wheel slip. Yay! Which is the real reason you'd want to do this. So I'll go back in there and apply the steam brake lots. And then come out here. So this is the kind of thing Rails of Illinois likes. When it releases, it'll go slippy, slippy. Oh, it didn't that time. So steam brake on lots. Regulator all the way to the roof. Go outside. Steam brake release. There you go. That's what we wanted to see. Perfect. This is the best way to destroy the locomotive motion on any locomotive I've ever seen. Did we just bounce off something? Yeah, we did. Just bounced off our carriages. But we're still trying to go backwards. But anyway, that's about it for brakes. So the next question was pathing. And I'm just going to go and grab something. I'll be right back. So this question is about pathing, and the question that was actually asked was, how does your overworked signalman figure out who gets the road and who gets the passing loop? Right. In the game, we can show you. Chair will never spill, Gav. All right, let's switch over to the other camera. This is a timetable from my Steam Railway. You can tell because it's covered in shit. Look how filthy it is. This is, now we've just finished this one. I can throw this one away. And I can scribble on it, so I will. This is called a rolling stock moving notice, which tells you what stock you're picking up and where it is and that sort of thing. But if we have a look at this thing, this is the actual timetable of the day and how moves happen. So let's cover the first one. The double header leaves Belgrave, follows down this path, gets to the Menzies Creek station where it splits off and it creates two trains. One sits here in the station and the other one goes on to Lakeside. That's the first movement of the day. The second movement of the day, let's grab a different color. Ignore the dotty lines because we don't use those most of the time. The next one is the Gembrook train coming into Menzies Creek. Now you notice we've got a problem now because we've got two trains in Menzies Creek. Well, the signalman has put one sitting in 2 road and the other one's gone into 1 road. And the signalman knows that because they just do it because they're operating procedures. That's how the operating procedure works. So that's where the path comes from. At some point, about the same time, let's do another colour for the new train because the train that split off, so I should have done that one in green, now heads off back down to Belgrave. And at the same time, the Gembrook will leave off to Lakeside. Now, sitting down at Lakeside, we've already got a train though, haven't we? We've already got this one. So now we've got a pathing issue again. But the way we run this is the first train in will take either 1 or 2 road, depending on how the track patrol left it for the day. And there's rules and instructions about how to leave it. So it's set up for a given day. So those trains can occupy the same place at the same time. Where it gets more interesting is later in the day. So we have this train is starting to leave from Belgrave. The blue train is starting to leave from Lakeside. And the pink train is also starting to leave from Lakeside, and we're all heading in different directions. So there's no issue so far. But the blue train is approaching Menzies Creek. And the green train is approaching Menzies Creek. The signalman at this point has got to make a choice. And normally, a train that we call an up train will go into 1 road, and a down train will go into 2 road. And that's normally what they'll have set up, but they can only let in 1 at a time. So we don't have generally simultaneous arrivals into a station. We don't usually allow it. One of the trains will be stopped. So the signalman has to decide who's going to get there first. And let's say it's our green train's going to get in there first. So he'll get admitted into 2 road. And the signalman has decided some pathing, so he'll admit this one into 1 road. They cross at that station, so they'll both sit there for a little while. This train leaves first and heads back. And then the other train leaves and heads out towards Lakeside. It'll keep heading down towards Lakeside. This one will keep going to Belgrave. It'll do its thing. It'll be coming back to Menzies Creek. It doesn't cross another train, so it'll keep going down to Lakeside. But of course, our friend here, this one, he's still here. So there's another pathing thing and it's usually done by the guard of this train because we don't normally have a signalman out at Lakeside. But this guard will set up this train to come into whatever track his train's not in. So it's that simple. Whatever track you're not in, that's the one you put the other train in. And then they'll sit there at the same time for a little while. There's a bit of a delay there. And then the green one goes back to Belgrave, doesn't cross anything at Menzies Creek, goes straight through. Then we have our next pathing thing, because meanwhile, the pink train has gone down Gembrook, done its thing, had their lunch, and it's now come back to Lakeside. Again, whatever track the blue one's not in is the track the pink one goes into. And now they both sit at Lakeside for a little while. And then the Gembrook will continue off to Belgrave. Doesn't cross anything, goes straight through Menzies Creek. Often only has to stop for safe working. Then the last train will leave, goes straight through Menzies Creek. This one often doesn't even stop. They'll do a running staff exchange and just keep on going. That's very simplistic pathing for you. So, stuff. Different problems, though, come about if you're on, let's say you're on standard sort of railway. You've got a main line and you've got a loop coming off that main line. And you've got two trains. This is where it gets a little bit interesting in the game. So you've got one train going that way. Purple one. And you've got one train going this way. Our red one. The game has to decide who's going to go into the loop and who's going to go down the main line. Each of these trains, I don't want to go too far into this. Each of these trains will have a priority. So let's say this one is a passenger train. Let's just, for argument's sake, say it's got a priority of 3. This one's a freight train. It's got a priority of 2. Based on the priority, this train's more important. This train's going to get the free run down the main. And this train is going to get sent off the main line into the loop, and it's going to have to wait. The idea is that you'll get the lower priority train into the loop, and hopefully it clears the main line in time that the higher priority train doesn't have to stop, and the higher priority train just keeps on going. Doesn't always work out that way because you might not clear the line in time. Now, the other kind of time where the dispatcher has to do things, and this can get ridiculously complex, but we've got, which colour am I using? Use this one. We've got a series of platforms. And we've got tracks coming in. So we might have, let's just say we've got down slow, down fast, up slow. These are all rigged up. I'll use the same colour, but I'll make a little gap. So they can all go into every platform because there's crossovers. So every train can go into every platform. Where you start to run into issues is if you've got, let's use some colours. You've got a train sitting in this platform, and you've got another train sitting in this platform, and you've got a train that's coming in. Come in on this one. This train, the blue one down here, wants to leave. So it's announced that it's ready to go. And you've got this one that's coming in. It's supposed to go into this platform down here. So this one is effectively going to have to cross all the way down here to get into its platform. But that's competing with this train that wants to leave. So you've got the game needs to make the same decision. And again, it'll try and do it on priority, but priority might not work because this might be a 3 because it's a commuter. And this one might be a 3 because it's another commuter. So what it'll do is it'll look at the timetable and it'll figure out where the trains are supposed to be. Now, the dispatcher in Train Sim World is a little bit more dynamic than this because of free roam. It used to be it only ran off the timetable. So if this train was 20 minutes late, but the timetable said it arrived before this one left, this one would sit here waiting for it. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's dynamic now. So it'll go, okay, this train's 20 minutes late. This one needs to go. It will set the path and it will set the signals. So this one can actually go and it'll head out. It'll go and do its thing. So it's partly based on the timetable. It's partly based on the train priority, and it's partly based on where the train actually is. So if you're running late or you've pathed in an extra train, it will figure it out for itself. That's very simple. Now, the next question about pathing came up, and it was about signaling. So this is the last actual question we've got today before we get into other people's new ones. Signaling in the game, stick to our colors. So we've got, let's take the simple approach first. We've got a track and we've got a signal that's gone red. In the real world, the signaling control system would set that signal red, and I'm going to use English signals for this because they're the simplest ones, the signal before it to yellow, and the signal before that to double yellow. And it explicitly sets each one. In the game, it doesn't quite work that way. So in the game, if I draw this thing again, so remember in the real world, these things get set by the controlling system, which is generally a computer system, acting on the people's approach. In the game, we have our signals. Let's just draw them so they're all green first up. Actually, what I might do to explain this, let me scrub this out, and we'll do it over time. So if we do this down here, this is time. And this is the same track, but I'm going to draw the same track 3 times, maybe 4 times. But drop me lid, bloody lid. And if you watch in the game, if you go out in free roam, you can actually see this happening. So we've got our 3 signals, green, 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 not green, and then the last one. This signal in the game, the signals look at each other. What do I mean by that? Each one is looking at the one before it. It goes, hey, you're green, so I'm green. And that one goes, hey, you're green, so I'm green. So let's say one of them goes red. In the game, when one of them goes red, they'll look at each other. This one goes, hey, you're green, so I'm green. And goes, oh, you're red. Okay, so we'll draw all our red ones in. He goes, you're red, I need to do something then. I need to go yellow. So when it had a look, and this one's had a look and it's gone, oh, you're yellow, I need to do something. And this one went, oh, you're red, I need to do something, and it went yellow. So this one here will still stay yellow on the next one because it's looked and it's gone, hey, you're red, so I'm going to stay yellow. This one looks and goes, oh, you're yellow, so I need to be double yellow. That's how the signaling works in the game. And the reverse happens when the signals change color. So if I scrub this out again and put our tracks back in again, it's the same track. And we had our starting situation of red, yellow, and double yellow. So they've all checked each other out and they've gone, yep, you're red, I still need to be yellow. Hey, you're yellow, I still need to be double yellow. Now this one changes, goes green. So when this one has a look, and it goes, oh, you're green, I need to be green now. And then the next one has a look and it goes, oh, you're green, I need to be green now as well. So let's have all these things happen, and the same thing could happen again. So let's say a signal further down the line goes red. This one will look at it and go, oh, okay, you've gone red, I need to be yellow. This one has a look and goes, oh, you're yellow, I need to be double yellow. And then this one has a look and goes, oh, you're double yellow, I could be green. Depending on the rules. It may actually display a different aspect sometimes in complex situations. So that's how the game does signal as versus the real world. In the real world, the signals do not look at each other because what happens in the real world And again, I'm going to do this really simply because it'll get pretty hideous if I try and show you reality. You've got a length of track. And on that length of track somewhere, there's a train. Tracks are broken up into what are called track circuits. So let's draw those in. This is grossly simplifying this. Absolutely grossly simplifying it. Because this track circuit here is occupied because it's got a train in it, these ones are empty because they don't have a train in them. Each one is telling the signaling system to do something. So in this one, it's going to tell the signaling system, okay, there's a train in here. You need to protect it. So the signaling system will make that one red. And it will make that one yellow. And it'll make the one I didn't draw, it'll make that one a double yellow. So let's put that in. That's how a real signaling system works. You can imagine it gets a whole lot more complex when you start getting changes in your track layout. So let's say in our new track layout, we still have a track, we've got another track, and we've got a crossover. So if we break this up into circuits, and again, I am simplifying this a lot. Initially, everyone's happy green. No, wrong color green. It's too hard to see. Initially, everyone's happy green. And I might add, this track's going this way. And this track's going this way. But what happens if our pathing system decides that the train, so if we put a train up here, which means this one's now red, this is going to get very messy very quickly. This train is going to get pathed down here onto this track for whatever reason. So what's going to happen as it progresses through, and all these happy green signals everywhere, it'll progress into the next one. We'll have to do some protection. Yellow behind, then red. In fact, I might as well just leave these all with their lids off everywhere. Why not? Without me bloody markers, that'll be fine. And it'll progress into this point system, so it'll progress into here. Before it progresses into there, though, the system's now got to do something a bit more complex. It now has to protect the intended movement. So they're all going to go red for that direction. Not that direction, that direction. For this direction, they're still going to be displaying green. Told it to get complex very quickly. And as we move along, we go through the zones and the train clears them. So that one's now gone red. That one's now gone yellow. And that one's gone double yellow as we progress through. Now the train will get into the next section. Draw it on that side because we can. Get rid of this because we can. And these change again. So we will have, we're in here now, so that one will be yellow, double yellow, and green. And that'll keep happening. Now, interestingly, these signals are for this way. So they've just stayed green. These signals, which are for that way, all just stayed green. But if you had signals that represented that way and that way as well, those would have to have changed in this circumstance too, but I'm not doing that because it'd get too complex. This one is now red because the train passed it. So if we take our train and our train gets into the next section, where's my blue one gone? There it is. Goes into here. It progresses again. So we go red, yellow, double yellow, green. There you go. That's about as far as I'm going to take that because it's going to get mind bending after that if I go any further. But as you can see, this is getting really complex. And when you think that in the game, every signal is talking to the signals in front of it in both directions, it's always in front of it in both directions, then you're thinking the game's doing more and more and more, which is why when you get into somewhere like, I don't know, Frankfurt, for example, let's pop into Frankfurt. Let's jump into a 423 in Frankfurt, and let's actually start in Frankfurt. So drive the service from Frankfurt Hoxt. If I work to Frankfurt Bahnhof Tief. No, I actually want to go into... Oh, this is the wrong Frankfurt. I want the other Frankfurt. Don't want Frankfurt S-Bahn. I want the real Frankfurt, the big one. That one. Frankfurt Fulda Kinzigdobahn. Okay. Yep, that's fine. 423 again. And Wiesbaden to Hanau. No. I want a Frankfurt. Do these not run to Frankfurt? Okay, 425. Do you run to Frankfurt? Frankfurt Flughafen. No, that's not what we want either. Let's go with a 411 then. You're going to run from Frankfurt, aren't you? Right. Perfect. Frankfurt to Hanau. Let's go and see how stupid complex it gets. So this is why Frankfurt has a terrible frame rate. If I just quickly run back through comments while this is loading up. I will eat you says it's nice. Trenton brought back the Amphlete car. It is. And he's going to run a Class 87. All right. We are in Frankfurt. This is a horribly complex environment because look how many bloody platforms there are. Shitloads of them. And some of them go through and some of them don't. And there's platforms on the other level as well. There's the Tief level where the S-Bahn trains come in, which is in the other route. You can hear them in this one, but not see them. When you think about what's going on behind the scenes for these signals. So let's take this poor bastard here, okay? 01A236. So it needs to look ahead. But what it needs to do is it needs to follow the track. And it goes, okay, I can stop because these points are set against me. So I can't be anything other than red. So that one's fine. Let's try this one. This guy here, 01A226. He goes, oh, okay. I've got a possible route here because the points are set for me. So I'm going to look along here and I'm going to follow this track and I'm going to follow it through the points. Now this one still goes straight. Okay, we're diverging to the left here, so we're going to go this way. It's still looking at this point. It's trying to find the next signal to talk to. Hasn't found one yet because we're on the wrong track. Here we go. It's found one. It's facing the wrong direction. So it's going to set itself based on this one. So it's setting itself red. The other thing that can set signals is the timetable. Because we have a train that's needing to go. So the timetable will go, hey, dispatcher, this train needs to go. Make me a path. So it will be making a path. Like this one wants to go here, right? This one's leaving. And it's running off here. So the signaling system set that one, has set up a path that's going through here. Is it turning left there? I can't tell. I think it's going straight. And it'll be coming, that one's going straight, that one's going straight. So it's following along until it gets up here somewhere. That one's going straight. So it's still looking for the next signal, and there it is. So it goes, okay, it can be green. This one's going, oh, let me follow my path because the paths are set. I can't get through there. That's funny. Oh, I'm stuck. What did I get stuck on? Why can't I go through there? Is that leaving the playable area or something? It probably is because the playable area goes this way, doesn't it? All right, let's use this guy as an example. He's got a train coming in. He's had a green. We have a caution here. Let's follow his track because it sets at a couple of stations ahead. And this one's a red. So this one's figured out that it can't go where it wants to go yet. So the train will have to stop here. Here it comes. It's stopping. So that one probably got precedence. The dispatcher's gone, okay, let's let this one head ahead of this one. And it might be, because that one's a Regio. Are they both Regios? I think they both are. So yeah, they've got an equal priority, so it's just resolved it one way or the other, and it's letting that train in. So this one must have to cross that one's path somewhere. And you see that in the signaling system up in the top right when you're using this thing. You remember when it first came out and your paths were set all the way through? They were always green. But now, when they brought in the more reactive pathing system that works a little bit ahead of itself to handle free roam, they are now only green for the few signals that are in front of you, and then you get adverse signaling always, because it's only setting a few signals in front of you. This one should clear soon, because whichever one it was waiting for, whether it was that one or that one, should clear and let this one in, unless there's one coming out that's been pathed in front of it as well. So the one up there should have cleared its block by now because it's in the platform. Unless this one's waiting for the same platform, which is also a possibility. But anyway, that's how that works, and that's how complex it gets. Really quickly. Brad says, what systems would you need to be in place to allow simultaneous arrivals at Menzies Creek? You actually can do it. The signalling system itself, despite us being a 1929 railway, is actually electrically controlled, and it's fully capable of running its station by itself for entries, not the departures. The departures manual. And the departures manual deliberately because we never send two trains out at the same time. And yes, this is a Lucas job. So at Menzies Creek, they set guard in charge. They'll set one train to come into one road, the other train to come into two road. Whichever one gets there first will get let in. And that will drop the signals back for the other one. Then when the first one is into the track circuit and sits in the platform, the signals will come off for the opposite train. And that happens automatically. It doesn't actually need a signalman. Right. So this one's not going anywhere, clearly. Let's find out why, though. So it's an AI service. And where does it want to go? This one has a... Oh, no, that's me down there. That's me back in the platform. So this service that's stuck up here is quite possibly stuck up here because my path crosses it, and I haven't bothered to move my train. So there's my path, see? So I've got a path, and because I haven't released it, this one's stuck. So if I was to remove my train's path, let's see if they're sharing the same platform. Because if they're sharing the same platform, that one will still sit there. Looks like they are sharing the same platform. No, it's got a path now. See, the dispatcher's worked it out. In fact, it is still... It's picked up a path, but you notice it's coming into my platform. So it still can't go. Because it can't get the signals off because the track's not clear. So if I delete my train and go back into the map, that other train has now got a signal. See, it's started to move. Don't want it to have a path. I just want to see what its path is, but it's not going to show me anymore. So you can imagine all these signals trying to work out their paths, work out which points are set, work out which trains have got paths, which trains are sitting in platforms ready to go, which things are going soon. And there comes a train out of the teeth over there, out of the S1. When you start to think about how complex that is, you start to understand why the frame rate is so low at Frankfurt. It's got nothing to, well, not nothing to do with the scenery, but it's not got everything to do with the scenery. It's also the complexity of the signalling and working all that shit out. Because all that stuff has to be worked out on the fly to make it all happen properly. And here's our train. Actually, that's another train leaving. Here's our train coming in here. Let's get out of its way before it runs us over. Does that help? I think that was all the leading questions that I got. So let's have a look at what else is going on then. Are there any other questions that people want to answer, or should I just start driving trains? Benjamin says, choo-choo, I'm a train. Of course you are. So imagine poor Lucas, who's building the signalling for here, just sitting there going, trying to make this work. Cactus Juice is another one that works on signalling. He's done all the Boston routes. And I think he did Cajon Pass, and I think he did the rework on Sherman Hill as well, and made all that stuff work. So it's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Gav said, yes, it's a Lucas, Mike, and Ed's job. Yeah, Ed's another big one in the signalling. He's quite a clever individual. Quite clever. And I won't go into the basis of the arrangement, but Ed's, let's just say, a little more separated than the others from the game, because Brandon does do a good job, indeed. He is Cactus Juice. I can't really talk too much about the people because some of them are staff, some of them are contractors, some of them do it because they love doing it. So I can't really talk about the people themselves. So I think we might do something stupid. Something I haven't done for a while. We're going to run the train that hates me. I should make Raildriver work before I do this, though, shouldn't I? I should. Let's make Raildriver work. I have to get out of the game for a moment. That's okay. You can just look at a blank screen. Or I can, here you go. You can look at a signaling diagram. You can look at that while I make this work. Because I've just got to copy a file from, if I can remember where the hell I put it. Remember where I installed this thing. There it is. TSW Raildriver and joystick interface. And I need not that one. Where does it keep this bloody file? I never can remember. It's pyhead.dll that I want. And I can never remember where it is. There it is. I'm going to copy that. And I have to put it into where the other one is. Binaries, third party, pyhead, binaries. There it is there. Copy. Replace. Right, now it should work. Let's start the game up. Let's start the Raildriver interface. Let's plug in the Raildriver interface. And put you guys back on the game because it's here now. Yep, it hasn't seen the Raildriver yet. There we go. Raildriver, start callback. Done. And it didn't whine about it, so it'll probably work this time. Why would I want to drive an F125 over Shap? Prime Mover says Cactus Juice also did LIRR2. Indeed. And Brandon's motivation, and he's talked about it, so I think it's free to talk about it because he's talked about it publicly. Brandon's motivation is that he wants the best game possible. So he volunteered, and he just got in there and did stuff. I don't know if that's changed since. I hope for him it has. But no, it's cool. It's just cool what people will do as a volunteer. It's like the endless series of beta testers and the ambassadors. I'm not a beta tester anymore because I took myself out of it because I just didn't have time to do it and do a decent job of it. And stupidly, I'm beta testing a different game now. Why do I do these things to myself? But anyway, I can't stream that one, so it's fine. Not till it comes out, then I'll be able to. And the ambassadors too. The ambassadors do all this stuff because we feel like it. We like doing it. Doesn't hurt our channels to do it. But let's go back to Frankfurt folder and let's drive the train that hates me. And hopefully my rail driver will actually work. Dynamic weather? Yeah, sure, why not? But let's start with light clouds. And 642, that's folder 2 Frankfurt. Sure, why not? Full run. Why not? Brakes off, lights off. Prime Mover says definitely made the signalling a lot more bearable in terms of the NEC routes. Indeed, he put in an enormous amount of work into that too, and I think they actually changed the game when they did that stuff. They changed the way some of it works. Right, can I make this train actually like me today? There's a question. No, we don't want windscreen wipers. We don't want windscreen wipers. We want wipers off. Thank you. Sturm. Right, got doors open. I need to... I don't need to do anything with these buttons, do I, anymore? Used to. And we want... Gunt. Lizbub. Pozbub. Zifa. Right. Hang on, no, there's something else I have to turn on in there, isn't there? Nitec, that's the one. Yes, Eigertechnik. Right, that should be everything. Now, is this thing actually working? Let's see. Yes, the rail driver's working. Yay. And we'll set our speed to start with. This one, I've got a push button. No, but we need to turn AFB on, don't we? I haven't turned AFB on yet. AFB. I want fee sol free Garby. Woohoo. Good. Right. Headlights. Headlights normal. Has this got train power I need to turn on or anything like that? I can't remember. No, that's it, I think. Wait until 6:44. Let's have a look. Neustadt and Weinstrasse. Fair enough. Must be summer. It's girly in shorts. That's other changes that have come in from the new guy. One of the things he did was make their bums bigger. They look more like people now. They have features. We still only have 2 body models in this thing. We have a boy model and a girl model. We don't have any other... Well, actually, it's not quite true anymore because we do have the Fat Controller is a 3rd body model. Alright, let's see if we can make this thing go. So, AFB, we'll just set it for 60 for the moment. And let's get some power on. Brakes should already be off, I think. Whoops. Wrong lever. Yay, it's working. And we'll do that un-German thing. Prime says, do they have teeth, like in City Skylines? Yes, they do. I will let you ask if their bums are bigger. Yes, they did make the bums bigger. They used to be flat and featureless, but they have a little more curvature to them now, which makes them look more like people than stick figures, which I think is awesome. That guy, I can't actually remember his name, and I don't think they've ever said who he is publicly, so I shouldn't anyway. But he's the one who's been doing all the character changes with bags, phones, and headphones, and hats, and stuff like that. And he fixed the way they walk, he fixed their feet. I don't think anybody ever noticed, but their feet were actually articulating backwards. Oh, game frame destroying teeth. They do have teeth, but I don't think they hurt the frame rate too much. Rail Driver still does its shitty thing, which is drop back every now and again. We can go on to full power now. And at some point we'll go on to LZB anyway. We're not yet, I don't think. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe we're already on LZB. I don't think we are, because it's me controlling the speed at the moment. Keep going there. Sifa. Alright, it's safe to go outside for a moment, because Sifa's already happened. So has anybody got any other rail questions they want to ask? Oh, I've got a red signal coming up, look at that. I might have to react really hard to that. Might not too. That'd be a bit mean, to be honest, to deal with a red signal after a green one. We are in LZB, look at that, it's slowing us down. Ah, so I can just set that to maximum. It's cool how LZB will stop you for a signal. I don't know if they really do that, or if the driver would take over and do it. Not sure. HUD indicates I'm in LZB. Speaking of HUD, let's get rid of that piece of shit. I hate that thing. Accessibility. It's better. Much better. Now we watch the train. See, the danger of having the big HUD, and yes, to some extent it's true for the small HUD as well, but the danger of having the big HUD is instead of watching the train's displays, you watch the HUD. It's nice being on LZB. PZB can't bite me. I will each asks, does that Sir Topham Hatt model only appear in Thomas Stories somewhere in West Somerset and Free Roam? I believe it's only in the Thomas Stories, and I need to press that because I'm coming out of LZB. Which means at some point I need to take control back. And probably start acknowledging signals too. Zifa. Zifa. Uh-oh. I didn't acknowledge Zifa fast enough. Bugger. Alright. If we go back into full bore, or as full bore as you can get in Rail Driver. Come on. Come on. Power on. There we go. It gets a bit confused too with the Xbox controller and the Rail Driver plugged in at the same time. It's never a good look. And we can go back up to 160 now. I'm impressed. I transitioned out of LZB without screwing it up, but then missed Sifa. Lord Vectron says, from what I've read, the driver is supposed to stop, not use the LZB AFB to control the train. I have read that too. But I have also seen Lockfuhrer, who's a channel on YouTube, who often records their drives, and they leave it on LZB, approaching signals, and the train is controlling it. So I suspect it's different for the different operators in the different regions, probably. It's probably where that comes from. You can see here what I was talking about with the signalling too, how it's clearing a couple of blocks ahead of me. That's the dynamic pathing. Which is kind of cool. I do actually think in the last update that something was done with shadows. And I think it's made the big tree slightly realistic, less realistic, but it's made something slightly more realistic. And my frame rate's capped at 60 because I stream. Oh. Well. Sigh. Let's keep that folder for later. I think we just baffed. But anyway, send and restart. Oh dear. Anyway, we'll keep that folder for later on because I'll send that in via the ambassador channel. In fact, I might even do it now before I forget. Let's just zip that up. Oh, excuse me. Oh well. First crash since the update. Yep. Good. Just zip that up. Let me just take a moment and just drop that onto the ambassador Discord while that's happening. I'll put that in there. Right. I've just dropped that onto the Discord, which is good. And to the trains. You know, I actually want to run that one. So we can do it again. Because, you know, we were getting there. Let me reset the rail driver back up. Let's try that run again. Was it that one? I guess it was. Dresden to Wiesbaden, Fulda to Frankfurt. Yep, that's the one. We'll see if it crashes again. Oh dear. Lord Vectron says rebraking. Is it prototypical to refer to braking as apply 1.6 barrel braking force versus Apple's 25% braking? You would talk about a service application rather than anything else. First, wipers, of course, are doing dumb things again. And headlights normal. Yeah, LZB straight away. How about that? Cool. Just turn on AFB, or LZB won't work anyway. RFB. Let's see if we get through it this time, shall we? That'd be a good thing, surely. Shadows are a memory drain for graphics, says Lord Vectron. They are indeed. The GW remaster will be spectacular. Lord Vectron says the old days of PC gaming, you drop shadow quality on crap hardware. Absolutely. Yes. Oh well. I did talk too soon. We'll see how we go. But anyway. Let's set AFB to the max because we're in an LZB area. And then we'll wait. Sit here with our brakes on. Not our brakes off. Brake 2. That'd be a good idea. Doors close 30 seconds before departure. I have booked out all of my UK accommodation now, so the next thing will be starting to work on my rail tickets. We'll just let the computer take care of the wheel slip because it's good at it. And away we go. Ooh, I thought that was going to go again then. It just went... But it was okay. It's because the restaurant car's in there. It's the restaurant car's fault. All good. Stephen Timms, the orange croc getting emergency braking after acknowledging yellow. It shouldn't. It may come down to the timing. By the orange croc, I assume you mean the red one. The Mittenwald one, rather than the new green one, the E194, or BR194 and E94. It will come down to your timing. You need to acknowledge just as the nose of the thing passes the signal. If you don't get the timing right, it will stop you. It may also stop you on a route that it's not meant to be on, because it works fine on middens, but it may not work on everything, because it doesn't use PZB, it uses Indusi, which is the forerunner to PZB, and that may not work on all routes. I Will Eat You says it's 2025 and still possible to glitch through the invisible wall in London Underground Bakerloo to get to the old West Coast Main Line, even though a West Coast Main Line route exists now. That's because they're separate. And we have gone into G. G for Gunt. We are trying again, Gav. Absolutely. Let's see if we can get out of here this time. That would be nice. That would be very nice. So yeah, that signal shows green, because it's not really. It's sort of green. But if it showed yellow on the HUD, it would be easier to know you should be acknowledging it if you were running PZB. Oh, there won't be a pre-release stream for Manchester Airport. I know people are used to me streaming the day before. That is not happening with this route. So we're not allowed to share content until release day. Will LZB apply the air brakes? That's an interesting question. I'm going to find out. And the answer is yes. Wow. Okay. It has applied the air brakes. It's kind of cool. Iwalichi says, I find it interesting to use assets from London Underground Bakerloo line for the West Coast Main Line route. Are there any new questions, by the way? If there's anything people want to know about the game or other games is fine too. Or railways in real life, because this is a TrainX where I answer your questions. And if this sort of thing is, if you like this kind of thing, we can do it more. The other thing I was contemplating doing was pinching an idea from Richie Rail, because one of the things he does that actually seems to work quite well. Is that wall floating in the air? It is, isn't it? Yep, it's floating in the air. Never mind. And I need to prepare to take control back, so I'll bring back my AFB to 160. And then when I get control back, I think from memory I have to throttle to 0 and then I can throttle up again and it'll be fine. Let's see how we go this time. Oi! Are you going to power? No. You're confused. It is going back to off, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So we should get power now. Or do I have to reset AFB as well? Maybe I have to reset that as well. There we go. You've got to reset both. Okay. I never claim to be good at German trains. I just muddle my way through them like everybody else does that isn't German. Hopefully we won't crash this time. I have to be in the right mood for an end-to-end long express run, and I'm in the right mood today, so I want this to go through. Gratuitous bridge shot. It's a Z5. Restaurant car. Let's get this up to 160 and hold it there, hopefully this time. See, the rail driver lever drifts back down again. It's not the fault of the Cobra mod or the game, it's the rail driver lever. So if I set it to 170, will it drift back to 160? Yes. Good. I Will Eat You says, is the Preston Station of West Coast Mainline over Shap the same asset used from Blackpool branches? Yeah, I believe it is. Chase the Fox Mustache, have a good day, enjoy yourself. Gab says it is the same station, I believe it is too. The simulator guy says I'm having to work 6 days now until further notice. Well, that's boring. Hopefully work's fun for you, or that would be a bit yuck. Signals are changing, which is good. Basically what Richie does with the bingo is he has things like if you bump the mic or something like that, you can tick it off on the bingo, or if you run through a station, or if you miss a CFA or something like that, you can tick it off on the bingo card. So I'm kind of thinking I might do that because I like doing it on his streams. It's kind of fun. So we might give it a crack. We'll see if people play. I Will Eat You says, what do you think of Rivets Class 484 from the Isle of Wight 2022? I think it's alright. And I'll let you know after I visit how realistic it is, because I am going to the Isle of Wight in August. I'm going there because they've got a steam railway and I'm going to one of their running days. I think we've done... No, we survived. But I do need to get my speed down. Is that going to do it quickly enough though? Or do I have to brake? No, I went outside the braking curve. So it's going to stop me. Which is okay. That's fine. Now we know that slowing down with just AFB will not get you fast enough in the braking curve. See, this is just the kind of thing we could put on a bingo card. Swing Bremser. I think I have to reset that too. Can I has power, please? Yes. I better release that or we'll get stopped again. Meanwhile, the freight guy's going, what's that sausage doing? See, it's a big white sausage, therefore it's Weisswurst. Uh-oh. Right, that worked. I switched to the outside camera, got that massive pause, and I thought, it's out of here. But no, it's fine. It's all good, as they say in the classics. Go on, back to 160. You always drift back to 160, and this time you're not. Cretin. Fine. Ioelichi says, I enjoy the 484. It's a nice loco. Shame the Beaver rail doesn't exist anymore, as they were the ones who rebuilt the D78 into the 484. Lord Vectron says, that signal has tripped me heaps. There's a 100km/h Vectron service ahead. Ah! That's what the issue is. The simulator guy says, the company I work for is in process of closing 5 stores in my area and I have to help one of the stores close. That's a bit crappy. Hopefully you're keeping your position in another store, not losing it. At least you can come home each day and play with trains. Lord Vectron says, that's why I need to get good at reading the signals. The PZB alert doesn't give you enough time. This is true. It doesn't. Usually it's okay, but there are times when it's not. Michael goes, that's never fun to do. No, it's not. I haven't done an end-to-end run through this route, but it doesn't seem to be suffering. Not since I swapped back into the public build anyway. I don't think I needed to acknowledge that, but I did anyway. Because, you know, can. This is where the penchant for the German people looking after themselves comes into its own, because we don't have to use the horn and there's no annoying bell. We just roll through the station as though we were never there. It is a pretty route. Whoa! We had some serious tilt beast going on there. Hopefully that'll drop back to 160 by itself. It hasn't. Of course not. It's not your store that's closing. That's good, the simulator guy. It's sad for the people who work there, but yeah. Lord Vectron says most FFT runs to it. It drops PowerPoint slideshow at Frankfurt, Maine. Yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. Ioelichi says, honestly enjoy the HST. It's very fast and sleek. I'm happy to see it still exists. There's a few of them around the world. We've got some big tilts going on. Total tilt beast. Nice tunnel lighting in this one. I think this is one of the best implementations of headlights in a tunnel in the game. To me, this is pretty much spot on. It's exactly what I would expect to see. Simulator Guy says, next month we have to take the whole store apart. What kind of store is it, Simulator Guy? If you don't, if you're allowed to say. I don't know if you're allowed to or not. What Vectron says, Vectron turns off there. If you drive the service, it ends back at that station. Ah, cool. Grocery store. Oh, it's not often they close. I suppose in the time since I've lived in this suburb, I've seen a Coles and an IGA close here. The Coles effectively moved, but as far as the customers are concerned, it moved. But because they ran them both for a couple of months, the people didn't move. The people actually lost their roles, which was no doubt sad and disconcerting for them. Good. I shouldn't have to do anything for that flashing G, should I? Don't have to acknowledge it or anything. It's just telling me tilt's not available, I think. And then it tilts. Go figure. I think I was slightly over the speed for the corner. I think that's why GNT was yelling at me, because I'd only just slowed down. I Will Eat You says, nice that the GWE remaster decided to use the 484 to do a D78 service. It props to Liam. Yeah, it's a philosophy change. So originally DTG didn't want to substitute trains in for services, so they just leave them out. And after consulting with the community through the surveys and through the forums and other things, they've changed that policy now. And now they'll bring in trains that it's not the right train, but it can run the right services, which means the timetables are more full. And the reason they used to do it is they thought people wouldn't take that very well, but it turns out most people don't care. Some people get excited about it, but most people don't actually give a crap. They like having the trains. And if they do build that train in the future, they've got the path in the timetable already, so all they have to do is plonk the right train in there and off they go. So it's actually easier. Yeah, I really am seeing what people are talking about, actually, and I think that might be what people are talking about on GWE. I don't think the route's been touched. I think what's been changed is that the shadows are different now. I think that's what's different. I've watched my side-by-side on the 5K monitor, though, and I watched the original version where it was two 4K screens next to each other. And I struggle to pick much of a difference, but some people are really adamant that the route's changed. So, I know we asked via Ambassador and we got told quite staunchly that no, it hasn't changed, so it's interesting. It's interesting. I Will Eat You says, I find steam engines to be nice and fun to drive, especially Flying Scotsman, Fowler and 4F from Thomas. I like driving real ones, mate, and firing real ones. The simulator guy says, when are you going to drive the Expert 101 again? Well, you know, I've got to be in the right mood for that thing, because it always attacks me. And it's even more complex now. Lord Vectron says, wake me when GWE gets an extension. You're a grumpy old Vectron today. Grumpy old Vectron. Not announcing anything in the slightest, but you do realise that we're coming up to the summer package. Because every year in about September-ish, there's been a release of a package. And that, Nope, I'm speeding. Naughty. Although the HUD doesn't think so, which is interesting. But I am. That package, you know, traditionally, 3 routes, 5 trains, across 3 countries. That's, you know, comes up every September. There is a package like that, so I would expect this year to... I saw some floating grass back there. I would expect this year to not be really significantly different. I like shunting up there. This spot up here. Shunting up here is really hard. It's good fun. I just wish I could do it with a Gronk. Oh wait, I can. Free rein. But I would guess that all this stuff would come out prior to that. So you'll have the 86. You'll have the GWE remaster. We know Manchester Airport's coming out, releasing on Tuesday. Wednesday for the Aussies. I'll stream that on Tuesday night, but I can't stream it on Monday night like I traditionally would, because it's not allowed for this one. Which is okay for me, to be honest, because it's a privilege to be able to stream things early, and on those rare times that we're asked not to, then that's fine, we just don't. Actually, I probably can go faster because this is a tilting train, so I probably don't have to obey that 110. I'm just looking at the HUD going, why is the HUD saying 140 when the line side signs are saying 110? I am probably going too slow. Vectron says DTG seems to be allergic to long express train routes. No, I don't think so. I think they just try and flip back and forth between delivering a long express and a commuter experience. Because different people like different things. Tree Sim World with Zifa. 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 East Coast mainline mostly good. Preferred it to go to King's Cross, says Lord Vectron. I think that would be a good thing. Might bring up a Frankfurt-like signalling issue. Not quite as bad, I suppose. Do you know I've programmed 2 days in London with absolutely nothing to do in London because I've visited all the big things I want. Actually, no, I might go to the British Museum. I haven't done that before. But I'm thinking I'm just going to ride trains and I'm just going to tool around the network. I'll ride the Bakerloo from end to end because I never got to ride it on my last trip. I was going to ride the damn thing and they had some idiot set fire to a rubbish bin. So they closed the line. I had to ride the Circle instead. And I have to say, appearing out of Waterloo into the sardine can, the moving sardine can that is the area around Waterloo, towing a suitcase, is not fun. So many bloody people. But that's okay. I did manage to find my hotel on that day. I'm actually staying in almost the centre of London this time. I'm staying close to... I've forgotten what station I'm staying near. Let me have a quick look. I forgot which one it was. Reclaim. Shut up, Zifa. I'm staying really close to Liverpool Street. There you go. So I'm actually staying smack in the middle of London this time. Because last time I was there, I stayed in Euston, which isn't quite as much fun. I could even go to the Palace, you know. Why not? Why not do the tourist shit this time instead of just trains? We could do that. I could do that indeed. Why not? Just pop that in fact. Because I can wander up to the horses and record people getting bitten. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Has AFB turned itself off? I need to reset my throttle for some reason. Maybe I took too long on one of those Cephas. Possibly. Gab says it's the Paul Shunting Hill. It's a lot of fun. You should try it if you haven't. It's actually really hard. Iwalichi says, I'm fine with East Coast Main Line not having King's Cross. It's a pretty nice route. I like the Flying Scotsman, famous for going to Australia and America. And almost getting cut up for scrap both trips. Very, very close. I think in Australia it would have ended up in a shed because I don't think we've actually killed a steam engine since the 60s or maybe the early 70s. So it would have just ended up in a shed somewhere. It wouldn't have been cut up, but its creditors wouldn't have been allowed to do it. It would have been kidnapped by rail fans. And they would have paid whatever, would have paid its scrap value to hang on to it. It's a bit like there's another engine stored at one of the steam operating groups in Melbourne, and it's been there for a long time and they want to get rid of it, so they put it up for sale. I don't think they're really selling it. I think they're just waiting for a railfan group to grab it. And they'll probably give it to them for scrap value. Or for the cost of its storage or whatever. Because they won't want to cut it up either. This is the way. Saying sped pop. You do that all the time. No worries. Welcome to the stream. Oh, look at all those pink boxes. Matt Peddleston must be nearby somewhere. See all these pink boxes everywhere? Oops, external camera. Zifa. Quiet, Zifa. Now, is that G&T telling me I don't have to slow down, or is it G&T telling me I have to slow down? I'm never sure. HK Superfan says, have you been to the Postal Museum in London? Ah, now there's a good idea. Thank you. Yes, that's going in the list. That's much better than going to the palace and watching people get bitten by horses. Good plan, sir. Good plan. Shut up. None of yours wang bring some crap. Just drive. Good plan. Thank you. Very good plan. Might do the Postal Museum and the British Museum. And I shall measure the eyelashes of the girls too and see if they've gotten bigger since I was last there, because they were kind of ridiculous then. It seemed to be the latest craze, is having gigantic eyelashes. It was like walking around in the 70s. It really was. But it seemed to be the way with the young ladies. I always worry with external camera when it just pauses like that. Oh no. I was kind of sure that person was standing in the wall.
Zifa.
He got away with not being in a German train for a little while. Leaf Sim World indeed. I Will Eat You says you listened to the song called Your Highness by John Cameron. Perhaps Zephyr. I don't think Scepter had a pacer. Canada did. It was 142049 went to Canada. I didn't know it also went to Scepter. I mean, it could have. Go rolling in through here. It's a nice building, this one. Oops, what's happened to you? Oh no, you've materialized in a wall. I'm sorry. Someone will come to get you out soon. Poor bugger, he's stuck in the wall and he can't even reach that sausage that's right next to him. He'll starve to death. Poor bugger. What's going to happen to him? Why did you do that? Why did it do that? Hello, John907i. How are you, mate? I Will Eat You says that Matt has a fetish for the colour pink. No kidding, mate. No kidding. Yes, he does. Road Sim World, everybody. That was unexpected. Barriers that are down, good to see. We're about to be allowed up to 200 kilometres now, which is good. Shortly after this station. I Will Eat You says your goat. Okay. John says, I enjoyed the show when I was playing the game, ended up getting bored with the game. And look, that happens, John. We're back on our friend LZB, so we can just set AFB to the max. Because LZB will control our speed, it'll be fine. So it does happen that you get bored with games. I mean, I've played this game for so long. Actually, you know, the new shadows actually make this asset look better. This asset used to look terrible. Now it's okay. There you go. I like. So it does happen. Just give the train game a break for a while and play something else. I do. I play puzzle games and I play mystery games. I've got a few things that I'm playing on the MetaQuest thing. I've got a few things that I play on... Reminds me, I haven't charged that for a while. I've got a few things that I play on Steam Deck. I have some other games. Dare I plug something in while I'm actually streaming? No, pick on. I'll not do that. I was just going to plug in the MetaQuest and charge it, but something might explode and that would suck. When you said you're the GOAT, I meant the greatest of all time. Well, thank you, I Will Eat You. Zephyr. The Tilt Beast hasn't made it up to 200 kilometres an hour yet. It's not really even trying. In fact, it's slowing down. There must be some adverse signalling or something coming since it's slowing itself down. Oh, actually, it'll run out of LZB soon, won't it? That might be why it's slowing itself down. Gav says Queensland Rail has 11 operational steam trains and some others are in the workshop. Queensland Rail actually does quite well with its steam trains because the majority of operating steam trains in Australia are either privately owned or they're owned by societies or clubs. Very few of them are owned by the actual rail companies. And Queensland is an exception to that because they've actually got quite a strong heritage fleet. New South Wales Transport as well has got quite a strong heritage fleet. Isn't it interesting if you go to that outside camera like that, you get that long delay. But if you go 3 camera and then the 8 camera, no delay. Why is that? Whoop, that signal just went green just in time. But we've still got a red one coming up. I think that's what... LZB was slowing me down, but it's not anymore. We could enter panic mode shortly and put the brakes on. We'll see. No, LZB is not speeding up anymore. It's now slowing down again. Zifa. Yeah, so I think Queensland Rail and New South Wales Transit is better on the heritage concept.
Honey? Maple?
Maple. Something like maybe pancakes.
Ice cream?
No, thank you. Isn't that nice? Got pancakes coming. I have to eat pancakes in front of you now. Suffer. They smell good too. Zifa. I will eat you says, remember videos saying NEC New York from 2020 and Long Island Railroad should be merged. The that's my other half, I will eat you. The 2020 from New York was a totally different track and signaling system and would not actually work with the current game. Zifa. AI, says John 907i. Hello, Bronco. How are you, mate?
I didn't know how much you wanted.
Thank you.
Zifa. No.
It's got a flippy thing. Less sticky. Thank you. Now I get to eat pancakes in front of people, and you get to listen to my wife scream at my son. It's a good thing I've got LZB, isn't it? Sorry for the squeaky fork. The distant red in this game that you see on the HUD is often not actually red. It just hasn't been set yet by the dispatcher. This time it really is red though. Feels weird sitting in a train heading for a red signal while I'm eating a pancake and not doing anything about it. It's just very weird. She made some good pancakes today. Nice and fluffy. I'm itching to put the brakes on at this point, but LZB seems to be handling it fine.
Zifa.
You want some pancakes, Gav? Enjoy yourself, Lord Vectron. Bronco's currently eating some fish. It's nice. It's probably dinner time for you, isn't it, Bronco? As in your evening meal. Imagine being the people in that station being infuriated. Well, raining. Good. But their train's not going anywhere. Bronco says the wife has an ice pop. Different cravings. That's quite normal. It's good to give in to them sometimes too. And now we wait. I wonder what's in front of us. Oh, that. It's another ICE. It'll clear the next block soon.
Zugbeeinflussung. 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 Störung.
Does that mean LZB just turned off? It did, didn't it? Thousand hertz. Release that. Stop yelling at me, train. Try give up. Why is it yelling at me? When all else fails, reboot it. Wow, it's still yelling at me. All right. We'll reboot it completely. Battery. Okay, so I've turned off the train and it's still yelling at me. How is it yelling at me? How is it yelling at me when it's turned off? I think we just broke it, to be honest. It's not booting up. Pantos did not go up. Do I have battery power? I don't have battery power. There we go, I have battery power now. I think what I'll do is I'll turn all the systems off again and then turn them back on. Well, that's everything off. I think this train's just busted, personally. Got one up. We've got power again. Let's see if it'll let me drive. Yep. So it's just going to yell at us. It's working fine. What? Can we put up with this for 20 minutes? That's the question. You know what we might have to do is... Let's do that. No. It's still beeping at us. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Anybody know what it was? I will eat you. You've got to be careful with what you name Shan. She'll whack you. You'll end up Shan banned. Just looking at your old comment. Very much the yelling train incident. I don't know. I don't know what it wants. I mean, it's driving fine. I think it's just jealous of the 101. So it's going, I've got faults too. I shall report this on the ambassador thing and we'll see. This one doesn't. It's just angry. Let's just start pressing all the buttons. There's no weird messages anywhere. Nothing unusual. What can I know? I don't know. It's fine. Nifa. We'll do it. Ah, that stopped it. Briefly. The screenshot button stopped it for a moment. $15 more minutes of this. How are you, Lexic Dark? Yeah, I think Lucas is yelling at me. Or that other thing he does all the time. The dancing Lucas. ATS on Tuesday, that is correct. And I'm not sure if you hear when I mentioned I won't be streaming it early. I won't be able to stream it till release time. Let's get it up to 150 and minimize the exposure to this lovely sound. Uh-oh, you know what that is, don't you? I'm Mr. Sifa. I have to reset post, do I? Probably. Yes, I do. Ah, so annoying, but I'm so persistent. I'm very stubborn. Tester's job is never done, says Lexic Dark. Yes. No clue, says Michael. Yep, me either. HK Superfans, oh, we've talked about that. Oleach says, I only called Shantendo Tenshando as a joke, not to be rude at all. Yeah, but you know, it's Shan, mate. She might whack you. Richie and myself and Casual are going to invade a railway when I'm there. And I was trying to convince Richie to bring Shan, but no, she doesn't want to come to the trains. Not quick enough on the Zephyr button, because everything's beeping at me now. It's like flying along in a plane and you've got master caution and you don't know why, and you're thinking, is it going to kill me? Or are we going to get there? Bronco says, what sound? Fair enough. But I could mute the game. Bronco says, remembered one time driving with safety systems on, my wife got mad over the beeping and the guy in German yelling at me. Yes. I remember the first time I tried to drive the ICE in Train Sim World, and I rage quit, and I didn't go back to the game for weeks because it just infuriated me. And the ICE trains nearly always do something horrible to me, like today. What's it doing? I don't know. Why is it doing it? I don't know. What does it want? I don't know. It's just sad and beeping and confused. The plane, boss, the plane. I mean, I can solve the problem. There we go. What's better, silence or the beeping train? What do you prefer? Yeah, you can let me know what you think. Ah, no, I missed a CIFA. Ah, no. Or did I miss a PZB? I missed something. Oh, I'll put the sound back on. I've missed something. Can I has power? I can has power. More power. So I probably can't run it without power, without the sound on, because I can get CIFA. I can run it without sound for you. Bronco says at least it's not military grade tinnitus. No, I have enough tinnitus. I don't need more. I'll eat you painted a 1972 stock in London overground. Cool. Bronco says at least HK Scripper fan painted a flush in the forum. Someone mentioned some LZB issue fixed by restarting the game. Only that one post though. It does sound like LZB's ending beep. And LZB did end at that point, so, you know, not surprised. I'd love to know why it's flashing GMT, because it shouldn't, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think this is CIFA. This sounds like an LZB end beep. So it's stuck. Never mind, we're almost there. It's fine. What could go wrong? It's fine. What are we going to do after this? Choo-choo. I tried the I'm stuck button, choo-choo. It didn't work. Sporung. I tried rebooting the train. I shut it down, turned everything off, no power at all. And it still kept going. It's only a couple more minutes. And then we'll get into Frankenfurter. Did I not acknowledge something? I think I failed to acknowledge something then. That was good timing. When in doubt, reset everything. Can I has power, or are you going to make me wait? You're going to make me wait, aren't you? I has power. Good. Good. I think this train has become rather sad, and it's lonely, and it's confused, and it needs some counselling. Or a good old-fashioned beating, one or the other. All of the above, maybe. There's no magnet on this one, no need to acknowledge. This one will need it. Hang on. I acknowledged that. It's really buggered. It is really buggered. Let's turn off AFB as well. Let's just drive. It's even louder outside. Come on, train. We're getting into Frankfurt no matter what you want. Even if we have to get out and push. This is not Frankfurt S-Bahn, Frankfurt Fulda. Alicia says there's floating animated birds in West Coast Mainline overshat. I think Island Line has birds, both versions, and there's another one that's got birds. Maybe Cane Creek's got birds. Or Boring Chasm, as I call it. This is where you'd be getting onto train control going. I'm not taking this train any further. I'm going to set fire to it when we get into Frankfurt. HK Superfan says the real German train experience. It yells multiple warnings at you while looping an alarm and emergency braking. Yeah, that's it. That's it exactly. Now that I've turned everything off, no, it's not braking. That's good. Because I do need to come down to 60. Bendy sausage. I think that alarm's playing twice now. Slightly out of sync with each other. Grouse. It's exactly what you want. Well, so far the approach to Frankfurt's stayed up there on the frame rate. Let's see if it stays that way. Gab says it needs to go to marriage counselling. Lexic says, ask your train questions, he says. Would you play something without trains? Continued Roadcraft. No, I don't like Roadcraft. Most streamers can't even reverse, let alone reverse a trailer, and I know you can. I've been playing the truck games, you know. No, I'm not a fan of Roadcraft. It's grindy. It's a bit like, what's the other one I played the other day? I played the free demo for something. Construction Simulator, that was it. It was free to play for a couple of days. And I decided I didn't like it. We're about to come into the massive track and signalling area. We should start seeing it in a moment, so we'll see what the frame rate does. Whoop, we just had it. We had it hit 40 for a moment there. Yeah, it's dropping. So even with the changes, it still drops coming into Frankfurt. I think it's a lot better than it was, though. Sleep well, Bronco. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your driver speaking. We'll be shortly arriving in Frankfurt. This train is a piece of shit and will not be continuing further. Oh, well, Ichi says the fireworks fans from Thomas BLC make some good background cars in sidings and yards. Yeah, they could, if you want to the extent of putting them everywhere. HK Superfan says, hypothetical, Dovetail asks your input in the next route. Where are we going? Australia. Look at that frame rate go. It's better though, actually. It's only down to 30. It's only dipping under 30 very occasionally. That is better than it used to be. Ah, this noise is so annoying. Almost done. 600 meters to go. I would do the line that I'm on, I think. Stony Point to Franganistan, Franganistan to Werribee and Laverton, Steel to Tottenham. Holy Trucker says, I refunded Ludwigsbahn route. I had 2 DXGI or crashes on the Unreal Engine, so the routes to this, do anyone experience this also? Well, we had a crash just before. I don't know that it's Ludwigsbahn, by the way. I think the game may have developed an issue in this latest update. I love how the speed, the unrealistic speed that the AI come into a station at. I thought it was going to stop then. I could still hear it. Oh, hang on. I stand in the doorway. Blessed peace. I'd have to have a look at the crash file to see what it was. Oh, it's time to shut the doors. We can get rid of this horrible beeping train. Oh no! Oh no! I can't escape! Done. Okay, I should get a much better medal for putting up with that noise. And so should you. Replay? I don't think so. I think I did keep the folder open. Let me have a look and see what that crash actually was. Crash context. Why do you never remember that I open XML files with Notepad++? It was... It was a memory access violation. It was trying to read a very low address, which I would suggest was a null pointer in their C++ code. But what triggered it? I know you can't see what I'm looking at. Yep. DXGL. Same crash you got. All right, what are we going to do? What time is it? 12:07. We'll do one quick thing and then we'll be done. Let's do something silly. What's a nice quick one? All right, 31 minutes. Queen's Park to Elephant and Castle. Go. In the 1938 stock. Holy Trucker says, I've had maybe 3 crashes this week, twice on West Coast Mainline South, and then 2 more times on Ludwigsbahn. Refunded things DLC. Look, it might be, but I have a faint suspicion it's probably not. Ever notice the 1938 stock's really easy to make move, and the current Bakerloo one's not so easy, but they're meant to be the same? I should try and find out when this is running, actually. Oh, I know what else I can do in London. I know exactly what else I can do in London. I want to visit one of the hidden London Underground things. Do one of those tours. Good plan, young man. Good plan. Did I open the doors? I did. My London itinerary is now completely full. Who, me? Speeding out of the platform? Nah, I wouldn't do that. Down the hole. We got our headlights on or not? Come on, rail driver, what are you doing? I can still see from the light bleed behind us, but that's okay. Where are the bloody headlight switches in this thing? Headlight. Can't push the button. So I can't push the headlight switches on there. Where are they? Oh, up there. Headlight on. That should do it. Where's my speedo? Up in the corner up there. At least my headlight button's working now. I wish the field of view was a little wider. I kind of think there's a mod for this thing actually to get its field of view wider. Loading, 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 loading some more. I will each is going to drive a B&F freight on the Isle of Wight. That won't take long. That won't take long at all. Gab says up to the right, thank you. Question, mod causes a crash. Can you see that and find out how that mod crashed the game somehow? Not really. Generally, if I'm getting game crashes, what I do is take all my mods out. And I actually thought I had them all out, but I had that timetable in here for West Coast Mainline. So I'll have to get rid of that timetable and see whether it still crashes or not. And see what happens. You should bring in ES44 down here. Into the Bakerloo. I'm sure someone just jumped off the platform in front of the train then. Doors are now opening. Bringing Flying Scotsman through Bakerloo's funny too. I do like the sound of this train. It sounds like a W-class tram. Off to visit the bear at Paddington. I'll let you into a little secret, Gav. We've had NFC bank card technology available since about 1997 in both Metcard and MyKey. It's all bullshit. So you could have used your cards all that time. They didn't turn it on in MyKey because NFC wasn't a standard. In Metcard rather, even though we supported it. I don't think many of the banks did at that point. I think there was only a couple that did. Certainly no mobile devices did. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paddington. Go hug the bear. Oop, too far. I was doing so well with lining the screens up, and I muffed that one. Oh well. Never mind. Is this our last stop? I don't know, Edgware Road, Marylebone, Baker Street, Regent's Park, Oxford Circus, Piccadilly Circus, Charing Cross, Embankment, Waterloo, Lambeth, and Elephant and Castle. I thought this was a quick run. We're going all the way. What's going on there? Let's go. Full series, maybe. Come on. Did I not release the brakes? What a wally. I did not release the brakes. I think this train did the headlights quite nicely for down here in Bakerloo as well. The question is, should I take my Steam Deck and cart it around the whole country just so I can drive a Bakerloo train in Bakerloo? And risk it being stolen, of course. Actually, I could probably run it on my little laptop. It could probably handle Bakerloo in the lowest graphics settings anyway. Certainly not at its screen resolution. No, the game has great faith in me. Elephant Castle in 18 minutes. Gab says we got our go-card system started in 2006 trial. 2008 we came out, we didn't get bank card tech until 2021, till 2025. We've had it longer than that. Because I was the software architect on Metcard. I know what we had. We just weren't allowed to turn it on. Off we go to Marrowbone. It's so jumpy you could carve it. I forgot you had to go slow in this part of the tunnel, because there's an evil corner come in this station, isn't there? It wasn't turned on, Gav. Is there a quicker way to get out there? Not really. Baker Street, next stop. Home of Sherlock the Hedgehog. Kev says it was a crappy machine we had. Train Sim Society is a streamer called Pixelade who has made a very, very long career about being whiny about games. And he plays to the lowest common denominator. So if you're watching Train Sim Society and enjoying it, guess what? You are the lowest common denominator. Yeah, the people don't turn up in the mirrors. So what you're saying, Rails, is that you are part of the lowest common denominator. This guy's spent a very long time making a good living about whinging. So if you want to watch him, all well and good, but just remember what he's all about. So take what he says. I mean, he does say some stuff that's true. There are issues with this game. There's issues with all games. But my objective with the game is to play and have fun. His is to find something to whine about. Why doesn't Regent's Park have screens? Thank you, I will eat you. We'll be heading before it gets torn off. Stating your opinion. Nothing wrong with your opinion. You don't have to have the same opinions I do. Leachu says no game is perfect. Very true. Very, very true. And I suppose that's the opposite of someone who whines all the time is someone who never finds any faults in the games and just glosses over them. And there's certainly people like that too. And I think they're equally valuable as the people who just find all the faults. Oxford Circus, get your shoes here. Pick up a nice set of brogues upstairs in the forecourt. Holy Truckle says, I did this run in VR with the UE VR mod, and this route is very claustrophobic. Those tunnels are tiny. They are actually. They're really small. You can't stand up in the edges of the train if you're anything more than about 5'4". Rail says average YouTube career. Yeah, in some ways. Lexic says there's a theory that winding networks are more popular, that's why politicians can't run a company or reverse a trailer. Yes. Winding is certainly more popular. If you want to make serious money in social media, be a whinger. But I couldn't be bothered. Holy Trucker says Australia Worldwide Entertainment. His latest stream, he talked about how people call Train Sim World Train Simulator World. Our idiots had a big rant. What does he think Train Sim World means? Yep, it's exactly what it means. He's an interesting character. I can't actually watch his streams anymore because he blocked me. I injected far too much honesty one day, and he went, "Nah, you're out of here." Up we go to Charing Cross. My lecturer says, I'm impressed with the DRS Class 20. It's about time we get a new Class 20. Well done, Skyhook. Well, we don't have it yet. Hold your horses. Wait till we've actually got it. It'll come soon. With the 86. About the same time. Rail says, no wonder why people don't want to work so they can go on TikTok. Well, for some people, TikTok is their work. I actually know a girl who makes quite a considerable living out of TikTok. She's on YouTube as well, but she makes bugger all on YouTube. She makes about the same as me on YouTube. But on TikTok, she's making about $5,000 a month. And she's been taken overseas by them a few times too to go to conferences and things. So she's quite enjoying her TikTok life. Herring cross. Like a fish. With a cross. Off we go to Embankment. Which isn't very far away. It's only just up there. Says, wow, well, it just says I'm to subscribe from Australia Worldwide Gaming. Hey, you can be subscribed to him if you want to. If you like that kind of content, follow the guy. No big deal. I was subscribed so I could find out what he was saying. But he certainly doesn't like people contradicting him, that's for sure. Lexic says authoritarians really don't like being confronted with things like the facts. Truth, you can't handle the truth. Yes. Embankment, embankment. This is an elephant and castle train. Why does England have such silly station names? You can't say Elephant and Castle's not silly. I know it's the name of a pub, but it's still silly. It's funny, when you're looking back along the train, you have to think about it, whether it's a... whether it's a left or a right door. Do you know that Bakerloo is one of the few train lines where the speed applies as soon as you reach the front of the train with the sign? Waterloo, next stop. If you like ABBA, this is your station. Rail says, why wait for the entire train to clear the speed post going up? Because that's how it works. But in Bakerloo, it doesn't work that way. And it's not meant to. It's actually accurate. Now, is that signal green? Yes. Yes, I will eat you. There actually is a station called that. But you know there's no town called that. It's only the station. Lambeth North, next stop. It would be funny, HK Superfan, to roll into a station and see that sitting there. And see it in the timetable. You'd have to make the timetable window bigger. We should have done this one for brakes, because this one's both. This is EP brakes and air brakes. And you still can't go outside the train on Bakerloo, which is sad. Oh, you can mention the station, I will eat you. It's a fun station. Elephant and Castle, next stop. Then we're going for a beer, because it's beer o'clock. It is the Welsh sense of humour towards English speakers, exactly. Wuss. That's all I can say. Oh, and taxi. Taxi, which is actually pronounced taxi, but it's not written taxi. Go figure. Our last stop, isn't it? It is our last stop. Elephant and Castle. Pub time. Actually, it's time for lunch. Could do lunch in the pub, I suppose. As you do. As you do. Last stop. All change here. This is an Elephant and Castle train. If you stay on, you'll go into the depths. One of the cool things about a lot of the British Heritage Railways is they have fish and chip trains, and you can get served fish and chips on the train. And some of them actually do come with a point. There's a few that do that, which is really cool. Alright, this is our last stop of the day. I can't remember if this one goes into the tunnel or if it just ends, but we'll see. And this will be the last of today's stream, so if the question and answer thing went down well, we can do that again in the future at some point. And yeah, go from there. And I might actually give the bingo idea a crack, and we'll see how it goes. We'll start with a simple one. Chuck, get onto my Discord and tell me what you think should be on the bingo, like a net worth. Should we drive one of these? I don't know. What should it happen? Anyway, enjoy yourselves, have fun, and we shall see you next time. I will be streaming on Tuesday night, I believe, for... Yes, Manchester Airport, Tuesday night, I think. I think that's when it'll happen. It should, because that's when it's going live. Anyway, have fun, folks. Enjoy yourselves, and we will see you later. Bye now.